a treasure you find.
Good morning, afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is. Good. Good morning, Mom Bear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is afternoon here. It's 1:12 p.m. May 3rd, 2025. Did that sound robotic?
No.
Did it sound weird?
Yeah.
Okay. Just sticking to the trying to stay strange, you know. How are you this Saturday afternoon?
So far, so good.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. It's good. How is everybody else in your household? Everybody good?
Everybody's good.
Is it raining?
It looks like it's threatening, but I don't think it's actually raining yet.
It's been raining here since last night.
Ew.
Yes, it's caca. No sun, just rain. It's caca. Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Kick the Saturday off, the weekend. I hope all you people that work through the week got your days off and you're enjoying it. And I appreciate you guys starting your day out here with us. For those of you that did, it's great to see y'all. Who else is in here? We got 31 people in here already. 15 likes. That's awesome, guys. Let's see if we can make those match if we can. Please and thank you. Welcome back, Michelle Epple. Great to see you. The Infinite Wisdom Speaks is joining us today. Virginia Wolf, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mother's in the house again. Welcome. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Great to see you, darling. Thank you for joining us today. Wonderful to have you here. The Seahawks fan, Miss Tandy's in the house as well. One Made Nut, welcome back to you, Mr. Eddie. Great to see you. Brady B, the OG. I hope you're all moved in, dear, and settled down a little bit. Wonderful to see you as well. It looks like Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Floozy Mama's been here for 5 months already. Happy day anniversary to you, ma'am.
Wow.
Thank
already?
you. Yeah, I know. It just seems like she just started last month, doesn't it?
Yeah. That was fast.
Crazy. That was this year's going by way too quick. Sorry. It really is. And happy day anniversary to you. Appreciate you so very much. If nothing else, just so I can say your name every day. I love it. I love it. Jody Walters, welcome. Good to see you. One of our awesome teachers in the house, right along with Miss Tandy, getting their days off on this weekend that they deserve so very much. Great to see you both. Thank you so much for being here. Paula Fitzhenry, such an honor to have you here in all your positivity. Great to have you with us today. I appreciate you so very much. Good golly, I just want to say it again. Good afternoon, Molly. Wonderful to see you. It's so happy. I'm so happy to have you here. You have no idea. We've missed you, dear, very much. Just so you know, I know that everybody feels the same. Ida Toes, how are you? How are your toes? It's great to have you and your toes here. Thank you for joining us. The Tomboy Charm flying in on her bird, as always. Good to see you, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us. Since you and Miss Tandy kept me up all night last night. Shame. Shame. May the 4th be with you. Thank you, Eddie. Uh-oh.
That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. But yes, it is. It's important. Hasbro does a whole thing. It's called May the 4th be with you, and it's about toys, and I love it. So I appreciate that, Eddie. I appreciate you saying that. It will be today's the 3rd.
Yes. Monday is Cinco de Mayo.
Monday is the 5th. That's also the sealed hearing in Idaho. It's all good, brother. I appreciate it very much.
Monday's also Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, well, for all you Corona drinkers or tequila drinkers, enjoy it. And I guess that's Taco Day as well. Drinko de Mayo. Exactly, Tandy. Exactly. Drinko. I used to I used to use every excuse I could when I was still drinking. I would every goofy, weird holiday, like there's a day out there called Toilet Paper Day. No lie. I would drink on it.
Hmm.
It's a fact. They have a day for everything. National Toilet Paper Day, National Donut Day, National Dingleberry Day, or there's something for everything. It's crazy. Telling you. I wouldn't be surprised if there really is a Dingleberry Day.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Eddie, are you an Star Wars fan? Eddie, please tell me yes. Please tell me yes. Please tell me yes. Please tell me yes. I hope, because him saying that to me, I hope he is. Do you like Star Wars, Mama Bear?
No.
I knew that answer. Why did I even ask you?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think we should put together a True Crime Cafe football team, and you can be the quarterback. What do you think?
No.
She hates sports, folks. Anything that has to do with sports, she don't like it. If we talk about it, she turns off and falls asleep. She's done. She's out. She disappears like poof.
I mean, might as well, because I'm gonna fall asleep anyway if I try to listen to it. So
She don't like sports at all. What is your favorite, besides YouTube, of course? That doesn't count. What is your favorite pastime, I should say? Like, you know how a lot of people like sports and some people like different things, but what is your thing? I don't like it either, Eddie. I don't like it at all. I'm angry about it.
At one point it was my crafting and stuff.
Right. You kind of over that. You don't knit, do you, or crochet or any of that stuff? I know I've seen you sewing certain things, but you don't do
crochet every once in a while.
Okay.
I just don't have a whole lot of time.
That I know.
To do much anything.
That I know. Yes.
I guess here lately, working on my digital art stuff, designs and things, like the thumbnails. The digital art for that. I'm getting better with that.
Yes.
I'm having fun.
I'm absolutely still horrible at it. So yeah. You were already good at it. So I mean, you know, just gonna be amazing. Cameron calls it Margarita Day. That's a good point. That's what I used to do too. Loved me some margaritas, guys. Woof.
Oh, so how was the prom?
It was good. He had a good time.
Good.
Of course, he took the floor and danced. He went just like the movie. This was Brandy's idea, because he knows down to the step, the Footloose dance.
I can see that. Okay.
And he did it. And he said the only difference was he should have brought his cowboy hat, because there were people taking pictures of him left and right. But yeah, he asked the DJ to do it, and the DJ was like, "Are you sure, dude? Like, you're 18, not 45, you know?" Caden said, "I know what I'm doing." And the guy did it, and Caden was nervous when Brandy said you should do it, because he knows it and he's good at it. And he was like, "Mom, they ain't gonna like that. They're not weird like me." And everybody did it. And I was like, that is amazing. I loved it. That's awesome. I wanted to get a video. I was hoping somebody would get a video. I've been looking to see if I do, so I can show you guys, because the dude knows it to the step. It's crazy. He even knows how to do the head cocks and everything that they were doing in the movie. He's like really good. And I was like, damn it, I wish I'd have been there to see that.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
But yeah, I guess a bunch of other kids jumped in that knew it, and he said he was floored. Had no idea that any of them thought everybody was going to think he was weird. But I said, You are weird, but it's okay. That's what makes you awesome, being weird. I'm weird. That's why we are who we are.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
it'd be weird than normal.
100%. What is normal? Somebody explain that to me. Show me.
Boring.
There is no normal anymore.
No.
Anyway, he had a great time, and then him and his they're not girlfriends, but they're girlfriends, if you know what I mean. The two girls picked him up from the prom, which was I was like, so you're looking like Mac Daddy leaving the prom with two girls that don't even go to school. And that's what it was. They picked him up. They're older than him, both of them. Picked him up at the prom, and off they go. And I was like, dude, you're going to get a reputation. Be careful. He's like, I am a Mayorist, Dad. And I said, don't go there. Stop. Stop right now.
I love that kid.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. I was hoping, I was upset. Well, he was upset. He wanted Molly to see him yesterday when he had his thing on, his suit, but she was not around. But I will show some pictures of it once we get him. He did do the picture thing. He went stag, like I said, with a couple of his friends, and then these two older girls picked him up, and off they go to. Jesus, they go to Cane's like every other day, that chicken place, and I don't know what the deal is because I don't think it's that good. They did that, they hung out, and then he came home and he passed out. He was exhausted because of the dancing and all that stuff. But that was it. And they had it at Vinny's, which is an Italian place around here, of course. You know, they gave they have a huge facility. It's like a banquet center, and then the backside they have a whole. Well, basically like a banquet center, but they do it for weddings and proms and stuff like that. So, and they did chicken parmesan, prosciuttos, let's see, a bunch of Italian dishes, and he loved that. He said he felt like he was at home. I said, well, yeah, you walked out like the Godfather with these two older girls and this and that and everything else. I said, so do it all in, bro. Jesus. And I'm both of them, because he's getting to a point. He's going to be 19 here in about 2 weeks. And he's at the whole. Anyway, you know where I'm at with this. I'm nervous about this stuff. But these girls he goes to church. He's very into the church scenario. They're at the church. They're from the church. So hopefully that is what is up here instead of the other things. Alicia J. Hello, dear. Thank you for joining us. All you blue crewers, thank you for being here. So anyway, hopefully.
Hello, Michelle.
Michelle Eppo. So he had a good time though. I'm happy. Brandy was worried because it started off slow, and when he messaged her and he was like, this was a mistake. And she was like, what are you talking about with all the money we just dropped? Okay.
Right.
And he was like, I think I'm gonna leave. And she goes, no, the hell you're not. You're gonna get your money's worth, you know? And she was like, what's going on? And he was like, there's all these people are here with couples and I'm not, and just me and the boys. And I said, dude, I went stag. I said, that means you could dance with all of them, not just one of them. And he was like, he sent me back a thing and he went, what? Wait, what? And I said, what? And he goes, you went by yourself? I'm surprised. And I'm thinking, that's nice. Now I know what my kid thinks of me. And I said, of course I did. And I said, you could dance with whoever you want. You're not there with a date. And he went, it was quiet for a few minutes. And then I get back, great idea. And then he was gone. And I was like, okay. I don't know. He's starting to get in. He's getting, what are the words? Growing into himself, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Well,
but he still loves Molly. So don't worry, Molly. Donna Salamander, good morning and afternoon and welcome. Thank you for joining us. He's got 2 more days and he's done with school forever. And it'll be
more days.
Yeah. And then he graduates the 18th and it's over.
And he's home with you every day. All day.
He's not. He sure ain't. He starts working with his brother. I think. Well, he will be here for about a week, and that'll be long enough. Once he gets to graduation, I think he starts working with Shane, Junie's dad.
Yeah.
And
roofing.
Do what?
Is he still doing the roofing or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And his brother, like for his age, his brother got him in as a laborer. And he'll be on the ground doing all the prep stuff and all that stuff at $18 an hour at 19 years old.
Awesome.
what I said. And I said, you don't have to stay here. You don't have to do this forever. It's just to get you in. It's his first job. I said, it's just to get you acclimated to the workforce. You know,
Yeah.
he's got a link to Mount Union College because of the church. It's kind of a religious based college. They have a huge music program, and he's gotten recommendations from his band teachers and things like that. If we can make sure his grades are at least close enough to the level, we can get him in there. And that's what he wants to do. He wants to go to college for music, and he also said he wants to be a possibly a minister or a pastor for kids. And I'm thinking these are good goals. You know, I'm very proud of him. So
Yeah.
he's going in the right direction. Excuse me. So I'm very proud. I'm sad, but I'm proud. He's
Yeah.
growing up a little too. Brandy's had her daily meltdowns just about every day now. So
Yeah. I still got a couple years, so it'll go fast though.
I am. I'm very proud of Alicia. He's an awesome kid. He drives me insane, but he's an awesome kid. You couldn't ask for any better. So, Miss Denise, welcome. Good to see you. Great to have you here.
Hiya, Virginia.
SRBBBBBBB. It's good to see you. I sent you a message to make sure you got there. Moonlit Baby, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I hope you got there safe, SRB. Thank you for joining us. I'm shocked that you're in here today already, but hey, I guess I shouldn't be. Cassie said you would be. It's chilly, windy, and red flags, so I'm in the hot tub soaking my sore back.
Hey,
I'll bet after that ride, yeah.
it worked for me.
In the hot tub on YouTube. You gotta love it. Still doing her job as a mod. That's amazing. Thank you. And what time did you get in there, SRB?
I said pretty recently.
I would imagine, yeah. Would have to be.
Yes.
God, it's so crappy out there today. It's cooler out today. I think it's like 50.
63
Okay.
here.
Thank you, Donna. It's perfect. Laugh aloud. Sis is laughing at me for being in here. It's probably good though after that ride. 10:30. Damn, you guys made some good time. She's a little closer than I am. It's an 18-hour drive to where I would when I went to New Smyrna, but they go a different place, and she's a little further west than I am here. So either way, I'm glad you guys got there safe and sound, and I hope you're enjoying yourself. You deserve it for sure. And thank you for joining us, regardless of whether you're there or not. So let's see. 40 peeps in the house, 23 likes, guys. Thank you so much for joining us, for doing that. And I appreciate you joining us to kick this weekend off. Let me see here. Show. Ba-dum. Okay. Let me see. I think we're going to start off with the New England situation. It seems to be the big deal in the news today. It has been for a while. 1 minute here. I found the name of the reporter who reported outside King Roadhouse about the lights are being left on as they were, but I can't find the interview. Her name is Chanley Painter. I remember that name. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We'll have to look into that. That'll give us a little proof as to some things. That's good. The New England situation, I guess I call it the New England serial killer now. We're up to what, 12 bodies now, Mama Bear?
12.
12 bodies, folks. This was it. 8 bodies 2 days ago, and we're at 12 now. That's 4 days in or 4 bodies in 2 days. That's crazy. Jesse Schul, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thank you
They
for
did
joining us.
say that the one lady that was found in a suitcase was a result of DV. So
Uh-huh.
they've
It's
separated her from.
separate. Yeah, got you. See, that's going to be the problem with some of this is that there's going to be some separate instances probably that they're going to try to link together, and it's going to be hard to separate which one is which, you know. Either way, it's still wild, you guys. This is crazy. 12 bodies over, let me see. I don't know the exact amount of time, but well, hell, like I said, 4 in 2 days or 3 days. That's like a body a day. That's insane. Rachel Marie, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Yeah, let me see what we got going on over here with this. What do you think so far before we get going? Do you think this could be somewhat, in a sense, a serial killer? Do you think that it's just multiple circumstances rolling into each other?
I'm gonna have to say at this point, I think it's multiple circumstances, but I'm leaning a little more towards the serial killer side.
Right.
When I looked at the map, they're still pretty scattered.
Yeah. Agreed.
And I don't know like how any of them passed. So
yeah, right. Yeah, if we
had enough info to make a definitive.
Exactly. If we get, if we start getting like cause of death, manner of death, and stuff like that, and they start matching up, that's kind of probably when I'll start to say, okay, something's not right. You know what I mean? Yeah. If they all strangulation and stuff like that, it is very sad, Michelle. I'm worried for the people in the New England states. You know, that's scary. It's very scary. So we're going to start with that. Jesse Weber did a segment on this just 16 hours ago. And at that point, there was only 11 bodies, and now it's 12. It is definitely SRB getting nuts. So I'm wondering, this is starting to turn into a Lisk situation, Rex Harriman type thing. I got to wonder if it's going to end up that way, but I don't know. Welcome, Captain Jenks. Good to see you, brother. I don't know. I hope not.
Killer expert Candace DeLong to get her take on the investigation. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Right now, at least 11 people have been found dead in the New England area over the past several months. That's according to reporting from Boston.com, although, of course, there are questions about whether they're all connected and whether that number should be the number that it is. But there are serious questions right now about could there be a serial killer stalking?
Hey, it's really low. Can you turn on the closed captions if there is any?
Yes, ma'am. Hang on. Or I could just turn it up all the way. How's that work?
Either way, or both.
That was my fault. Sorry. I'll do both. There we go. Sorry, guys. And let me know if that's better.
Questions and these rumors and these theories are starting to ramp up. And it seems
no, I think it's worse.
To debunk the serial killer theory, some online sleuths are latching.
Maybe it's just my end. I don't know.
It sounds low here. And I have my speakers blasted.
In fact, several sets of remains have not yet been identified. It's unclear if there was any foul play at all.
Welcome, Got Me Stumped. Thank you for joining us. William Doyle, thank you for being here. Got to be a setting to make bot. I know there. I've been looking around trying to figure out how to do it to boost it, and I just can't seem to find anything. Bear with me. I'll get something worked out here. I promise.
In all these deaths, other investigations have turned up answers that point away from a serial killer. For example, police in Groton, Connecticut say they solved the murder of a woman dismembered and stuffed into a suitcase. 58-year-old Suzanne Wormser's remains were found on March 19th near a cemetery. Investigators say they were able to connect the death back to a man named Donald Kofel, who'd been living with Wormser. He reportedly told police that he killed her over $200 worth of missing crack cocaine. Faces charges of murder, tampering with evidence, improper disposal of a body. But some of the most recent cases have been uncovered in just the last few days. April 22nd, a woman was found dead near a Springfield, Massachusetts bike path. Police identified her as 45-year-old Megan Meredith. While her death is being investigated as a homicide, police say they believe this is an isolated incident. A woman whose remains were found along the bank of the Connecticut River in Rocky Hill, Connecticut, April 27th, identified this week as 72-year-old Mary Colasanto. She'd been reported missing back in March. Rocky Hill police told the Stamford Advocate that a boater had notified officials about the discovery when they spotted her remains near the shoreline. Now, we have done a couple of episodes on this topic, doing deep dives into what has been discovered over the last few months. You can check them all out on Law and Crime's YouTube channel. But the number of ongoing investigations and maybe lack of answers, it is pushing people toward videos and social media groups.
That's better, much better.
So-called New England serial killer. Some of the Facebook discussion.
I figured it out. Sorry. Okay.
Boards have thousands of members. And while focusing a lot of attention on these cases could lead to credible tips and leads for sure, unfortunately, we live in a day and age where it could lead up to misinformation and pranks. And things really reached a fever pitch when an anonymous post in a Facebook group, originally named New England Serial Killer, claimed that bodies were buried at Scarborough Beach in Narragansett, Rhode Island. And that sparked police efforts to search the area with cadaver dogs. The thing about that is I spoke with Sergeant Brent Kuzman of the Narragansett Police about what happened next.
Over the Easter weekend on the 19th, we were contacted by multiple people via email, phone call, Facebook on its messenger. We were advised of some ominous posts in this New England serial killer Facebook group and their sister Facebook group. They were all anonymous and they were definitely eerie, almost poetic-like. And they alluded to bodies being buried at the northern part of Scarborough Beach, which is known as Black Point. There are ruins of a carriage house from the Gilded Age there, known as the Windswept Ruins. And there are alleged to be 6 bodies buried vertically facing the water. And it was definitely ominous. It was worrisome for multiple people. Dozens contacted us over the weekend. So on Monday, when our unit came in, we hit the ground running. We contacted the administrator of the Facebook post. We received screenshots of every post, some of which were deleted at the time, but she already had screenshots. And we began to kind of piece it together, read it over, and see really what we were dealing with here. As you know, anonymous Facebook posts are never really anonymous. The group admin could see the name of who posted it, and it appeared to be more of a basic account with no personal information, what some refer to as a troll account or a burner account. And in the comments section of some of these posts and other people's posts, he basically told them we were, there's no crime explicitly stated. I'm being metaphorical. I'm a storyteller. He alluded to working on a novel, but the people in the group would not have known that because it was an anonymous original post. So Monday we hit the ground running. We did a quick search of the area that day. It is a large area with there being beach, trails, and woods. So we felt it would be best to get cadaver dogs to search the area as well. So we coordinated with the Rhode Island State Police for a Wednesday search of the area. I had my 3 detectives go down with their 2 dogs. They independently searched the area one by one. They came to the conclusion that there was no indication from either of the canines of any remains in the area. But so what we basically had was maybe a half cockeyed confession, but with no bodies. So we didn't believe it was credible information, but it was definitely worrisome. And there was a lot of community concern about this. To have potentially 6 bodies buried in town would be a shocking, horrifying discovery. So it's something we wanted to get out there and kind of make sure it wasn't anything. I'd rather do something and go over the board with the search than not do enough and it be something.
So, to get further insight into these kinds of investigations and maybe what's happening here, I want to bring on a very special guest for all of you true crime fans. You will know this person very well. Former FBI profiler, true crime docuseries host of the Killer Psyche Show, Candice DeLong. Candice, so good to see you. Thanks so much for coming here on Sidebar. Appreciate it.
Oh, thanks a lot, Jesse. Happy to be here.
So, I got to ask you, in your professional opinion, do you think any of these cases are connected? Do you think we have a serial killer amongst us?
Unlikely, and there's no evidence of there's no evidence of it whatsoever. That may turn out to be the case. Some of them are connected, but there's no evidence now. Some of the bodies, but at least one of the bodies was so decomposed when it was reported, they couldn't even tell not only the cause of death, whether it was a homicide, natural accident, they couldn't even tell what gender it was until they did more investigation. So I think the internet rumors are fun, but they're a little too early.
Hey, so I know you all might be true crime fans, but are you also in a business? If so, let me tell you about our sponsor, Odoo. Odoo is an incredible all-in-one business management software that provides you with seeing this chatter about possible connections and a possible similarity and a possible pattern and a possible killer who's responsible or killers responsible for all this. Why do you think we're seeing that?
Well, the tri-state area, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, the population, I did some math, the population over 20 years old is about 10 million people in that tri-state area. And those combined states have about 300 homicides a year. Now that includes domestic violence, homicides committed in the home, premeditated spousal murder, school shootings, everything is in that 300 a year. What we're looking at here is potentially 9 homicides, and they're really not even sure they're all homicides. I haven't figured it out, but if you take another population in a particular geographic area of 10 million people over 20 years old, and I only say over 20 because all of the victims were over 20, it might be the very same thing. Or not too much, not exactly the same, but not too much different. 300 murders per 10 million people annually of people over 20 years old. That I don't know the answer to. What I do know is that's what's happening in this tri-state area. And I don't know why this has caught the attention of the internet sleuths.
Thousands of people part of these groups thinking there could be something here. I mean, let's just play devil's advocate for a second. Let's just hypothetically. Sure. Let's say what would be certain signs you would be looking for to say, you know what, wait a minute, I think there might be a serial killer afoot. What would be some characteristics? What would be some things that you would be looking at and saying, wait a minute, I think we have to take a second look. These might be connected. We might have a serial killer in our midst.
Well, there's a few things that would make me sit up straight in my chair. And that would be how were the bodies all determined to be homicide, and what was the cause of death? Was it blunt force trauma? Was it stabbing? Was it shooting? That kind of thing. Also, I would perk up if the what we call a dump site, if the bodies were all disposed of in a certain geographic area, smaller, tighter area. Now, there are some serial killers that travel a lot and they kill all along the way. Maybe they're cross-country truckers or drifters. I do understand that, but for the most part with serial killers, that is not the case. Also, if there were any kind of connection whatsoever between the victims, for example, if all of the victims were sex workers who solicited clients in a particular part of town, and street walking sex workers are at very high risk to be victimized by a killer. or a serial killer. And that has not been determined. But if those things were determined, then I would say, okay, we need to look at this. And by the way, Jesse, in any serial killer case, there may be bodies that were found that have nothing to do with the serial killer, but are initially lumped into the mix.
Like Gilgo? Like Gilgo.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And that raises an interesting question, because some people online have pointed out that if there's not a serial killer, it's almost worse, because putting aside the cases where you might have an accident or the manner of death might be something else, it's almost worse because people are saying, then what are we dealing with? Multiple killers out there? And that actually made me think certain of these areas where remains are found could be situations where that might just be an advantageous area to dispose of a body. Unfortunately, I mean, we've seen that happen before. So you look at people online who say this could actually be worse because you get multiple different unrelated crimes and killers. That's a concerning aspect too, right?
Well, like I said, for that particular tight geographic area, in that tri-state, 300 homicides a year.
Yeah.
We're talking about somewhere between 9 and 11. And one of the ones that have been lumped in has already been determined was a homicide. It was the suitcase outside or inside the cemetery. And it was determined that was a domestic violence homicide, and there's been an arrest. So take that one out of the mix. It never belonged in it anyway. It was the only body found in a suitcase. Some serial killers do not repeat the same murder.
That's 1 out of 12, though. So, granted, yes, I agree with her, and that's good, but still, you still got 11 more to kind of sort through, and that's kind of, that's a lot. That's a high number as far as I'm concerned. It's a little scary. That's all.
Behavior over and over and over with as they kill. They may not stab all their victims or shoot them or tie them up or dispose of their body in the woods. They may do.
I'm not 100% sure, Cap. I need to put a map together of all the locations and see what, if we can, a map. Molly. If we can get a map together that points out, triangulate everybody's where they were found and stuff, that could help possibly show, if there's any kind of a likeness to that situation and give a little more insight into that. So it's a good question though, sir.
Different things, but that is unusual because serial killers.
There are about 6 bodies found in Oregon a few days ago. Wow. Thank you, Trish. Oregon. Okay. Interesting. We'll look into that too.
Are living out a fantasy. They're what they do to another person is fantasy driven, based on a fantasy they've been having since they were a kid, early adolescent. And now as an adult, they're acting it out. And that is the reason why we see a repetition of the MO over and over and over again. The fantasy doesn't change. For example, one serial killer may prefer to go into a victim's home and kill them there. Others may prefer to lure the victim to go with them in their car, various things. And then once they have them alone, they do what they do, but it's usually the same thing over and over. And there, so far, has not been a connection like that found with these bodies.
Because wouldn't it be that you have a killer who commits a crime, they see it works, they might not be caught immediately. They say, oh my gosh, aside from what the proclivities are or their MO, if something works, I'm going to keep on doing it in the same manner, right?
You're applying logic and reasoning to something that's very hard to understand.
Fair.
That fantasy, yeah, of course, every time they get away with it, it emboldens them to do it again and to do it again in the same way. But whatever fantasy they've been nursing for in some cases more than a decade or two, is going to take precedent over everything else they do.
By the way, Candace, when does the FBI come in? When do they come in to help investigate these kinds of cases?
Well, homicide is a state, an offense of the state of Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. So unless it happens on a murder happens on federal land, then it's immediately the FBI's. But the FBI has to be invited in by the law enforcement department working the case. Now, the behavioral science unit, or now I believe they call it something different, critical incident or behavioral analysis or something like that. They're always available for consultation on things like this, but they have to get a phone call. They don't just run in and take over the case.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. And obviously they have different resources than local jurisdictions. By the
Sure.
way, if any of the viewers have watched police dramas or true crime documentaries, they've probably heard of something called, and correct me if I'm mispronouncing it, VICAP or VCAP. I don't know if I'm
VICAP.
mispronouncing it.
Mhm.
VICAP.
Welcome, James. Great
Can
to
you
see you,
tell us a little
brother.
bit more about these databases, why they're beneficial, what kind of information can be entered, searched by who, things like that?
VICAP stands for Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, and it was developed in the early 80s. It is the brainchild of a LAPD homicide detective. And what it is, homicide detectives, and it's not just homicide, but for this particular one, can use this database. They need to input information from their case. For example, a body of a 15-year-old female was found in the woods, manual strangulation, no sexual assault, all the details. Was she found naked? Were her clothes there? Anything about it. And that information put in the computer. And the computer or the system, the platform, let's say there's a serial killer or the Rhode Island murder we're talking about, or the Rhode Island body. And it's the same killer that did something in Massachusetts or Connecticut. And those detectives feed all the information they have, minute details, into the VICAP system. The VICAP system is going to kick it out to the FBI and say, hey, we've got a series of similar types of behaviors that resulted in someone's murder or disposal site or something. And so then the FBI contacts all of those departments and says, hey, Connecticut, you need to talk to this detective over here in Rhode Island. He has an extremely similar case. Now, this was VICAP was developed before DNA became what it is today. DNA left at crime scenes. So now, of course, if there were DNA, there's another system, database system, CODIS, which is the DNA system. And I think it's been 40 years now since VICAP got started. So there's a lot of information in there. And it has, is my understanding, resulted in many multi-jurisdictional issues, murders, those detectives being all put in touch with each other and working the case to fruition.
I mean, that's great. And that's great. And that's why, circling back to this idea about connections and the public's help. Look, you are a profiler. You are somebody who studies human behavior. Just to circle back to this, when we're thinking about people trying to see if there is a serial killer or connections here, why do you think so many people will latch on to a theory like a crime spree, a serial killer? You mentioned before that it seems, I think the word used was fun. Is it exciting? Talk to us about why we're seeing this, 65,000 people in a group thinking there could be a New England serial killer, or at least engaging in that conversation. Why do you think that is? And by the way, does it help or hurt an investigation?
It can hurt an investigation if people, okay, let's go back to the Idaho Moscow, Idaho murder of the 4 students a couple Novembers ago.
Yep.
There was a lot of online sleuthing, and it became a problem when they were identifying people that they thought were responsible.
Yep.
That can have disastrous consequences. It really can. I think the reasons that people do this are multifaceted. First, it is fun to be a part of a group trying to solve a problem. That's fun. Another thing is they get reinforcement from each other. They can share ideas. And I don't need to tell you, Jesse, how unbelievably popular true crime has become in the last 5 years. It is the biggest single, I think, genre, a particular genre dominating television and podcasting. And I frequently get asked, but people will come up and say, Candace, I'm fascinated by this stuff. Is there something wrong with me? To which my response is, no, there's something right with you. If someone was murdered in your community, or a little kid was snatched, or this is something human to human, and you're a human in that community, you need to know what's going on. And there's something to be learned from every single incident, every single homicide, to keep yourself safe. So I think that's all a part of it. And when I say there's something to be learned to keep yourself safe, let me give you an example. Regarding the case we're talking about of these bodies being found, a number of them were found in the woods. When I was an FBI agent in Chicago, of course, huge, huge city. And they have these things in Chicago. They're not called parks. They're called forest preserves. They're like a huge park. I used to ride my bike, 13 miles back and forth through one of them on a bike path. I lost count of the number of cases I had being brought to me by detectives in the greater Chicago area of women that were murdered in forest preserves. All right, now back to the case we're talking about. Some of these bodies were found in densely forested areas. Here's my safety tip. Ladies, especially ladies and teenage girls, do not walk in the forest or the woods by yourself. And I wouldn't even do it with a girlfriend. It's just not safe.
That is incredibly important advice. And unfortunately, I've seen exactly what you're saying, and I couldn't agree more. Candace DeLong, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Happy to be here, Jesse, anytime.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
All right, Jesse. Thank you, sir. Hang on. I have a little more on. Hold on, guys. It's being slow again this morning. Sorry. Come on. Load. What's going on here? Where is it? Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Good Lord. It is not doing it. The stupid thing. Hold on, everybody. Get Mo Holiday. Welcome. Good to see you. Hold on, guys. It's almost. This is crazy. I hate that it does. It's so stupid upload things. You still here, Mama Bear? Oh, hold up. I forgot to do that this morning.
Yes, I am.
There we go. Where is it? Just being a butthead, you guys. Give me a second here. So aggravating. Come on. Here we go. Good Lord. Okay. Sorry, everyone. Come on. Everything. It's the reaction to time is ridiculous on this. Where's the volume here, boss? Good God. Where the hell is the volume? Are you kidding me? Oh, here it is, way over here. Derp. All right. Sorry, guys. Jesus. Such a
Serial investigations can take a long time. We can go back to serial killers like Ted Bundy. There were many killings that he was charged with, and but it took some time to ferret out the connection. And here, if it
I do, Cap. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. That's what it is. It's all about damn Optimum. So,
in fact, in the New England area, some of these or all of these killings are associated with a serial killer. That's going to take some time. And I think the public is going to have to be very patient. Let law enforcement officers do their work. Again, when we look at
what the hell just happened?
What?
social media,
There we go.
you would think that individuals on social media can solve these cases
Thanks, Michelle.
in one day or within 1 hour. That is not always the way these cases and the investigations go. What law enforcement officers have to do more than anything else is to show some kind of a pattern. Let's say the bodies are all found in the water. Well,
Welcome, Miss JC. Thank you for joining us.
maybe that is the work of a serial killer, that he kills people and put them in the water, or they are found in a specific location and they are, let's say, all dressed, or they are all found in a various kind of condition, or it may give law enforcement something to hang their hats on that it's a serial killer, but it is not conclusive. What is conclusive in these investigations is the information that is found at each crime scene that can be connected to another crime scene.
What the hell is going on today? Sorry, you guys.
Serial investigation.
We ain't doing that again. Hang on. Good Lord. That was hard to listen to. Okay. So it says authorities in New England found a body behind a school in Massachusetts. They're now suspecting foul play, adding to the number of people found dead in the region since February. Bristol County District Attorney's Office said Stephen Miles Myers, 39, was found behind Bristol Plymouth High School in Taunton, Massachusetts, at a construction site early Wednesday morning, according to Boston 25. Officials said Myers was shot one time and was found deceased. Authorities said there isn't a connection between Myers and the school. In a statement, Bristol Plymouth High School in Taunton told WPRI there was no threat to students or staff, and the building wasn't placed on lockdown. Are you kidding me? You find a dead body behind a school and okay, whatever. I'd be a little nervous. I'll just say that much. New England, okay, onward. Myers is the 12th body to have been found since February. So 4 months, we found 12 bodies, guys. That's a bit much, in my opinion. And only one of them we can say we can kind of separate as of yet. Where'd it go? It was said to have been found since February in the New England area, fueling fears online that there could be a serial killer in the area. On March 25th, a separate body was found in Taunton. The individual was identified as Samuel Stovall, 51, and authorities said his death has not been deemed suspicious. New England law enforcement officials have so far denied these deaths are connected with a serial killer. In early March, detectives found the body of Paige Fannin, 35, in the Norwalk River in Norwalk, Connecticut. The body of Megan Meredith, 45, of Springfield, Massachusetts, was found on March 22nd. On March 6th, a human skull was found in a wooded area off of Route 3 in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Authorities have not released any further details on that one. When speaking to reporters, Hamden District Attorney Anthony Galuni downplayed concerns that there might be a serial killer. While online conversations around these incidents continue to grow, we urge the public to be mindful of the role that social media can play in spreading fear or misinformation. Galuni said unverified claims can compromise active investigations and contribute to a sense of chaos that does not reflect the full picture. Former Washington, D.C. homicide detective Ted Williams told Fox Digital he thinks detectives aren't ruling anything out. The investigators who are conducting these investigations are not ruling out anything whatsoever at this stage of the investigation, Williams said. They are primarily at the preliminary stages of gathering evidence at each one of those deaths scenes to try to establish nexus between those scenes and a single individual or individuals. I don't think at this stage they're waving off a serial killer, Williams said. Williams added that he believes the authorities are trying to connect the dots if the dots connect between locations where bodies were found. Some of these deaths may very well be of not a crime situation. They're trying to make a connection, and the information that they are providing the public is information that they believe the public more or less may need. Williams said. However, Fox News contributor and forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden told Fox News Digital he doesn't see a pattern. And this map shows the New England towns where the bodies have been found, which is quite a few. It's spread out. Now, the one in Groton we know was a domestic violence situation. They have that under control. But the rest of these, who knows? You know what I mean? And it doesn't, if you look at it, it doesn't really portray per se a specific pattern that we know of yet. But there's a lot of other details that we don't know at this point. So there really is no quite distinct, clear pattern of all this, Baden said. Fox News' Audrey Conklin and Peter Diabroska contributed to this report. Sorry. So there's that. And at this point, again, like I said, and like Mama Bear said too, there really is nothing in stone yet about this per se. Let's see here. No. So there have been a total of 11 bodies in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts since the beginning of March, fueling the speculation that a serial killer might be roaming the area. Megan Meredith, 45, of Springfield, was found dead last Tuesday and identified earlier this week. So the map again, you guys, it won't let me do it, will it? Nope, it won't. So we have Framingham, Plymouth, Taunton, Pawtucket, Groton, which again, you got to pull Groton out of it, Norwalk, New Haven, Rocky Hill, Springfield, Killingly, and Foster. This is the areas. It's quite a few separate areas, but still, they're within a specific area. 10 bodies were found in less than 2 months total. We have these other two that have been found over the past couple days. The remains of the Rhode Island woman who had been missing since July were recently found in Foster. Her family adamantly denied that her death was related to a serial killer. Okay. The body of Paige Fannin, 35, was found in the Norwalk, Connecticut area in early March. State of Connecticut Medical Examiner's Office has not completed its investigation. Based on our investigation, there is no indication of foul play or relation to any other death or serial killer. So what are these people popping up from if it's not foul play? That's what I don't understand. Are they just dropping over and it's natural causes? Does that make any sense? That's kind of crazy to me. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I'm right there with you, playing indoors. I know your thoughts on what you said earlier. Any other thoughts on this, Mama Bear, before we move on?
Just curious to see how many's going to pop up over the next couple days.
Yeah, it's kind of where I'm at. If we start to see, well, hell, we had 10, 11, 12. It's stalled out at 8 for a little while. 9, 10, and then 4 more popped up over a period of a few days. That's kind of really out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whether or not they're saying that there's foul play, it's still strange either way. And they're finding them in different variations of extinction, like the remains, and then they'll find a body, and then so on and so forth. So yeah, okay, well, that's where we're at with that so far, you guys. I'm sure, hopefully, maybe it'll stop. You know, maybe it's just been a coincidence, which I'm not a big fan of coincidence, because it's just I'm just not by any means whatsoever. So hold on here a minute. 1 second, guys. Load up. Shoot. Where are we at here? Oh, yeah. I just kind of wanted to follow up with something that we were looking at yesterday, per se. Hold on. I see we got 55 people. We got 55 peeps in here. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Raquel, happy Saturday to you. Great to see you all. I appreciate you guys so very much. All right. One moment here. So I've been looking into a couple other creators have been doing some really amazing things with updates and following up in Madeline Soto's situation. This situation, again, we covered something yesterday that Grizzly did, Gisela with Grizzly True Crime did. And again, I'm going to drop her link in here one more time, guys. In regards to Madeline Soto's choir teacher, I thought this was quite interesting. I didn't know if you guys knew about this. I'm just going to go ahead and get this in here for you guys. And I'd love to get your thoughts on this. And again, please, if you get a chance, if you have not yet, I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed if you hop over and subscribe to Gisela at Grizzly True Crime. Sorry, I can't talk. You guys will be very, very pleased with the things you find in her channel. She's amazing. There's the link in chat. But let's check this out. This is really kind of interesting to me.
5-year-old Italo Brett Bonini. Does the name sound familiar to you? Well, there's two reasons for that. One, you would have watched the other videos I've made about him. But two, if you didn't, maybe the name rings a bell because he was Madeline Soto's choir teacher.
Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe.
Welcome,
like,
MB. Good to see you.
And that's what we're going to look at today. This is a very difficult video to make. I've actually been putting it off for a while. Let me just see. This was published. This document came out on the 18th of April of 2025. Today is already the 2nd of May. Okay. So I've just been putting it aside because it's difficult to read through the things that he did. So just know that this obviously comes with a trigger warning.
Trigger warning.
Going
Trigger
to be
warning.
discussing the
Content may include sensitive or violent content, not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
This operandi of a guy who entices minors online, and we are going to be discussing what he says to them. So it's got themes of sexual abuse, grooming, coercion, and things like that. Obviously, it's for educational purposes only.
Yes, guys. Thank you, Alicia. Absolutely, Heidi. I always do. She does work very hard. I'm very, very grateful for the things she does. Sorry, excuse me, guys. And I'm have a very high respect for her. She's one of the best out here, in my opinion. So, like I said, guys, please, if you will, I put the link in chat again. Jump on over. Hit the subscribe button over there and the notification bell. She does amazing things, guys. I promise you will not be disappointed in anything you see over there. Thank you so much. You got to go check her out, Raquel. She's amazing.
Only and for adults only. The reason that I think it's important to talk about this is because you already know I make lots of videos on this topic. I think that this online world in 2025 is so freaking dangerous, especially for children, and they can have YouTube accounts, they can have Snapchat, they can have Instagram accounts and all of that from when they're 13 years old. Sometimes parents even make them accounts when they're younger, not realizing what they need to educate their kids about. I don't think controlling the kids' social media is going to be effective because kids will find a way to do what they want to do anyway. As we'll see in this case, you know, the kids quickly made a Discord account and they started talking to people, and then they ran into this guy online. And it's just absolutely horrifying to see how someone like this can chip away at these children. And even when they're feeling reluctant to do what he's telling them to do, they end up doing it. That's what's scary. And for me, who I naturally like to risk assess, right? For me, the risk is that a lot of kids, there's an increase of kids taking their own lives because they then get sextorted or they get shamed, or the predator, which is a sensitive word for YouTube. So please like and share if you think that this information will be useful for others to learn. Yeah, what they do then is they will put fear into the victim and say, I'm going to show your parents what you sent me.
And that's exactly why I thought this was quite interesting to share with you guys. I love the stuff she does, guys. She brings out the way she presents things is just amazing. It really is. And it's very, per se, like she said, educational for different reasons and different aspects of the way she presents stuff. So please, I've been watching her a lot more recently, which is why I've been showing you guys some of her stuff more recently too. She's, as far as a creator, she's a hell of a role model for anybody else that wants to start creating, because she does it the right way, in my opinion. She's amazing to her channel, chat, everything. So again, guys, please, all due respect, and I have nothing but respect for this woman. I'm very grateful that she's out here doing what she's doing. Go check her out. I promise you, you will not be disappointed.
I want to tell your friends, all your friends at high school, what you've done so that they can keep on controlling them. And sometimes the kids then are cornered and they feel so ashamed, so pressured, so scared. They have no one to talk to about it. That's how they feel, right? That they then take their own lives. And that is just absolutely heartbreaking. So I really want to provide this content so that we can all just get a glimpse, and it's only a glimpse, into how people like this operate online. So are we ready for that? Okay, buckle up. Let's discuss it.
According to a crime complaint, Idolo Brett Bonini, a music teacher at Hunters Creek Middle School, has lived here with his parents for years. He's accused of enticing 2 boys in Maryland to expose themselves and engage in sex acts in front of the computer during video calls so he could watch.
Okay, so the document is 36 pages long, and I certainly don't want to bore you by reading every single page. I'll just quickly show you what the plea agreement is, and then we're going to get into the facts of the case, where they list basically his MO, right? So the plea agreement for Italo Rafael Brett Bonini, he pled guilty to 2 counts. Okay, count 1, it said, charges the defendant with enticement of a minor to engage in sexual activity. And count 2 charged him with the production of CSAM, which is a more appropriate phrase than the old phrase like that. CSAM stands for child sexual abuse material. And so the minimum and maximum penalties, in fact, if I just quickly summarize this, I made some notes over here. If you add this all up and, all these fines and things, he could face, he hasn't been sentenced yet, and it's a federal case, so I can't tell when exactly he'll be sentenced, but I'm sure it will be soon, right? So he will face a minimum of 15 years if concurrent sentences and 25 years if consecutive in prison, with a maximum of life plus 30 years. He faces lifelong supervised release, significant fines, restitution to the victims, forfeiture of assets, sex offender registration, and likely deportation as a non-US citizen. His actions targeting minors via Discord, including child victim 1 and 2, which we're going to get into. Child victim 1 was 8 years old. Child victim 2 was 5 years old. And at least 20 others. And I'm sure there's more, because this guy would offer lessons. He was, remember, look, I'll show you this quickly.
This is absolutely disgusting to me, you guys. 20 other, and these are young kids, okay? And once again, and this is why I'm so grateful she's putting this out. Once again, this is something, or a person that these kids all look up to. Caden, for instance, my son Caden loved choir and band. You guys know he loves to sing. He loves his music. He absolutely adores his band teacher, okay? Another version, I'm not saying that his band teacher would do something like this. I'm just saying that's how some of these monsters disguise themselves and get these kids to trust in them. And then they do this crazy stuff, okay? This is absolutely horrible. And this is why we need to know who is surrounding our kids on a daily basis, in my opinion, to be able to protect them and know their past and things like that. Yeah, she just said it was through a Discord, that these kids are going through gaming Discords and different Discord groups and so on and so forth. And this is what he's doing to lure them in and make them trust him. This is crazy to me and scary as hell. When I saw this, I said, we have to see this, guys. We have to talk about this because this is what's going on. This is, our kids, and it's unbelievable to me. Yeah, they are 100% predators. 100%. And to use this as your platform to do it just blows my mind. Completely blows my mind. That's another good point. Why? And that's what I'm saying, guys. You need to watch, and everybody in here knows this already. We all do, but you need to watch your kids. And they get in these gaming discords or whatever, and they're all in there together. You don't know who's on the other end of some of that stuff. They can say they're a 10-year-old kid. You don't know that. You know what I mean? We've been through that in our own Discord sometimes with other people being saying they're one person and they're absolutely not. This is so important. And again, I'm beyond grateful for her to putting this out, guys, because it's very important for people to know these are the ways. Hell, for all we know, this could have been one of the ways that Sebastian could have ended up disappearing is through a Discord situation like that. We don't know. Okay. I'm not saying that's what happened. It's not a fact. I'm giving you what I believe are examples of how these kids get wrapped up in these situations, and bingo right here. So disgusting people. Absolutely.
Was Madeline Soto's choir teacher, right? So he's a music teacher at Hunters Creek Middle School. And around that area offering private lessons. I just shudder to think what happened in some of those private lessons, right? You might recognize this picture of him as well. But
and this happens. I'm gonna give you an example of something. When I was younger, between the ages of 10 and 13, we had a place in the city I grew up in called the Warren Music Center. I grew up in Warren, Ohio. The owner, okay, would give these music lessons, guitar lessons. They did guitar lessons, singing lessons, drum lessons, and then they had like band, like saxophone, trumpet, all them types of things too. Okay, and I'll get to, hold on a minute. I'll let this play and I'll get back to that.
Yeah, so at least 20 others that they know of so far with what he was doing. As I said earlier, I think I said it, I'm glad that he pleaded guilty so that he can spare the families the absolute horrifying details and pictures and things of what he did. All right, so now we're going to skip to the facts of what happened.
I was a kid in this neighborhood. I was a kid that went to the middle school. So it's honestly scary to hear that there are some sus things going on.
So here we are on page 23 out of 36, United States of America versus Italo Rafael Brett Bonini, factual basis. Again, I'm going to remind you that this comes with a trigger warning. They are going to be discussing the modus operandi of a guy who enticed children online and the things that he asked them to do and the things that he would do to get them to do those things. Okay, so if that is too much for you or if it gets triggering or anything like that, just know we always save you a seat over here. You can come back anytime, whenever you are ready, or you could skip it altogether. If you are going to skip it altogether, if you wouldn't mind just liking, sharing, and maybe leaving a comment so that at least the algorithm knows, because this is a...
And again, guys, please do that. Do you guys want me to skip this or do you want me to roll it with the trigger warning up? It's up to you. I have no problem skipping over it. I think this is really important for parents and people to see. Roll it. Okay. If you guys want me to run it, just throw a 1 in the chat real quick. I'll give you a minute to do that, and then we'll go. I got Eddie saying it, so. It is important, though. Like I said, to finish my story, is there were four friends of mine from school that were getting these private lessons, per se. They didn't have to pay for them, that he was giving them, and come to find out, that's what was happening. He was taking pictures of them, because each down in the basement, they had separate rooms for each private lesson area. That's what they were doing, and the lessons were free. He was giving some of the kids free Instamints and stuff like that. He ended up getting convicted and put in prison for a long time, but it happens in that sense because this is somebody we look up to. We trust them as an adult and, you know, a role model per se, and that's how they get to you. It's sad, and this was happening back in like 1984, 1985. Here we are 30 years later, 40 years later, whatever it is. I'm just saying, You know, it's a horrible thing. So please pay attention. And again, guys, please, again, I'm going to drop it one more time. Jump over to Gisella's at Grizzly True Crime. Hit the like button. Let her know we appreciate that she's putting this out, because I truly do. So
already going to be like, YouTube's going to be like, yeah, we're not going to show this to many people. And I really want to share this for educational content, because the more we know about how they operate online, the better we can become at teaching children what the red flags are online. You know what I mean? Because the way they approach them in all these cases we study is actually so similar. So, factual basis. On or about January 12th of 2025, in the Middle District of Florida and elsewhere, the defendant, using a facility and means of interstate commerce, did knowingly persuade, induce, entice, and coerce an individual who had not attained the age of 18 years to engage in sexual activity for which any person could be charged with a criminal offense, specifically the production of CSAM. On or about January 12th of 2025, in the Middle District of Florida and elsewhere, the defendant did employ, use, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce a minor to engage in any sexually explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction of such conduct, knowing and having reason to know that such visual depiction would be transported and transmitted using any means and facility of interstate and foreign commerce, and the visual depiction was produced and transmitted using materials that had been mailed, shipped, and transported in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce by any means, including by computer, and the visual depiction was actually transported and transmitted using any means and facility of interstate and foreign commerce. I think the first lesson to teach people about these online, and YouTube doesn't like this word, but it's for educational purposes, online predators, even if they target adults, right? Because that happens too. They always want you to send nudes, and then they usually use that against you. They instill fear, and they want more, and they offer things that the victim never even actually gets. And it's all just super humiliating. And they even would then share it perhaps with a network of other people just like them. So I think the first conversation point when talking to anyone about this, especially like teens or children, would be, don't take pictures of yourself naked. And it might sound so obvious, right? But like, don't do it, because you don't actually know who that person is and what their intention is with it. It can't be good. If they want digital photos of you naked, it can't be good intentions. That's not love. That's exploitation, right? Okay, so defendant's Discord accounts. Discord is a popular online communication platform. The defendant has 2 known Discord accounts. One of the defendant's Discord accounts had the username Adrian Bro, okay, which was registered to an email account belonging to the defendant A Sanchez 2021 gamer, and to the defendant's phone number. The user ID for Adrian Bro 2 #0 Discord account is: the defendant registered Adrian Bro 2 Discord account on September 3rd of 2024 at 10:38:08 UTC. That's very specific. Okay. The defendant registered the Adrian Bro Discord account using IP address, and the Discord account was last seen through another IP address. During an interview with the FBI, the defendant admitted to remembering his Adrian Bro Discord account and deleting it. The defendant also confirmed that the phone number associated with Adrian Bro 2 #0 Discord account belonged to him. So he admitted it to the, I wouldn't lie to the FBI. So you did the right thing there, bro. Right? Thank goodness. At least he did that, as I say. Now, let me just put this picture up here in case people join late or they just don't know who the heck I'm talking about. This is the guy I'm talking about, and I've linked the previous videos about him in the description box below, where we also re-listened to his police video interviews in Madeline Soto's case. And he's one of the guys that Jen Soto contacted directly to ask if Maddie had been to school that day. So in my opinion, he's pretty important in that orbit. I don't know if he ever shared any content with Stefan Stones or not, or if there's any connection there. It doesn't seem to be, but with these types of guys, you just never know. So they said the defendant used his iMac desktop computer to create the Adrian Bro account, a Discord account, have video calls with the victims through the internet, and send messages to the victims. So, initial reports of sexual exploitation. On January 18th of 2025, a Maryland State Police trooper was dispatched to the report of a computer crime involving children. The Maryland State trooper arrived at the residence of child victim 1 and child victim 2 and made contact with the victim's father. So the two victims' father. The victim's father explained that child victim 1 made a Discord account on January 12th of 2025, while child victim 1 stayed with his grandparents in Maryland. On January 18th of 2025, the victim's father discovered messages between CV1 and the Discord account with the screen name A Sanchez 1020. The Maryland State Trooper obtained the username and user ID for the Discord account with the screen name A Sanchez 1020. Now, in previous videos, by the way, I've gone over some documents and it might sound similar at first, but there's more details in this. Okay, so they go more into his MO. That's why I'm reading this. It's not to repeat information, it's to offer new insight and new information. On January 31st of 2025, another Maryland State trooper authored a search warrant for the contents of the Discord account with the screen name A Sanchez 1020. The search warrant was judicially endorsed and served on Discord that same day. Discord responded to the search warrant on February 3rd of 2025. Discord provided user details of the account. The information shows that A Sanchez 1020 was screen name for the Adrian Bro 2#0 account, which law enforcement traced back to the defendant. Discord also produced chat logs. I mean, they should put the word horrifying chat logs before that, because oh my goodness, for the Adrian Bro Discord account, including chats with child victim 1, who again was 8 years old, and their sibling 5, dating back to January 12th of 2025. So just again, think about that. Child victim 1 made the account at Granny and Grandpa's house. Maybe they were bored and thought, okay, let me make a Discord account and let me just do some gaming over here. And they made the account on January 12th. And already then, this guy was in the inbox. That's how quick it can happen. It's not months, it's not weeks, months, years. It could be seconds, hours, days at most. And somebody like this is in the inbox. Oh my goodness. Now, chats and call with child victim 1. On January 12th of 2025, the defendant initiated a chat with child victim 1 on Discord through the defendant's Adrian Bro Discord account. At the outset, the defendant identified himself as Adrian and falsely claimed that he was a 16-year-old from the state of Georgia. Freaking liar. Obviously, he has to pretend to also be, a child, a minor, 16 years old, but still, dude, you're talking to an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old. A 16-year-old should also not be doing that. You know what I mean? So anyway, I think the lesson there is that people lie online about who they are, right? Look at this case. The defendant asked CV1 his age and told CV1 that he always asks so that he knows who he's talking to. CV1 responded that he was 8 years old. Later in the chat, CV1 provided his phone number to the defendant, which started with a Maryland area code. The defendant then told CV1 that he would reveal his face to CV1, not through a photo, which the defendant refused to send, but through a video call. The defendant told CV1 he was going to have his microphone muted during the call and asked the child victim 1 to also mute his microphone so that the defendant would not get caught. Yeah, but you're showing your face, but okay. The defendant then started a video call with child victim 1, who did not originally have his camera on. So remember, this guy was 24 years old at the time. He's 25 now, interacting with an 8-year-old and pretending to be 16. There is no recording of the.
And that right there is what I mean about the whole Discord thing. We don't know. You don't know who's who, who's not, who is. There could be an 8-year-old kid in there based on their profile, and they're actually a 60-year-old weirdo trying to, you know what I mean? And that's the scariest thing. A lot of people are on top of that at this point, but there's still a lot of people that don't realize it. So please be vigilant.
The video call but the defendant and CV1 communicated on the video call by simultaneously messaging each other on Discord. The defendant asked child victim 1 if he could see CV1, to which CV1 stated that he was scared and didn't feel like it. After the defendant persisted, CV1 eventually went on camera. There you go. There's the coercive control, the push, 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 the grooming. And it's not subtle, very aggressive. Like, come on, man. I'm showing you my face on video. Now you show me yours.
All right, guys. And I'm not gonna run her whole video. I just wanted you guys to see and know who this person was, what he was doing, what the issue is, and where it can come from. Okay. And again, Gisela, thank you so much for making the video, putting it out, guys. Her link's in here. I would love, you guys want to watch the whole thing, you should. At some point, hop on over, check it out, subscribe to her if you will. Hit that notification bell. You don't want to miss anything that she puts out, I'm telling you. Watch the full thing. She's got 3 parts to this, I do believe. So it definitely worth checking it out. I've seen the other 2, and she does amazing things. So thank you again, Gisela and Grizzly True Crime for that. Moving on. All right. Very scary situation. Sorry. And that's a big thing, is a lot of the kids are saying that they're scared of this. They're not comfortable with this. They're trying to detach from it. And the person keeps pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. It's horrible. It is horrible. So once again, and thank you guys for listening to that. Very important message, in my opinion, that she's putting out there. And I think it's amazing. Okay. On next we go to, let's see where we're at this point. Yes, of course. This is one of my favorite parts. Thank you to Mama Bear for providing, once again, some more of the most idiotic and stupid criminals we've ever seen in our lives. We're going to move on to that part now, guys.
You're so very welcome.
Yes, I appreciate these. These make my day. I'm telling you, you missed it yesterday. I ran some. These are just, I can't understand nor believe that these idiots exist out here with us.
Right?
So this first one, this is up in the lovely state of Michigan. Miss Alicia, you got some doofuses there. We have a lot in Ohio, we found out yesterday, but there's some doofuses up in Michigan, as we know, and Florida, of course, too, and all these other states. Yes, they do, Eddie. I agree. Detroit man went to prison posing as his dead brother. Did he think he would get out of it, or because he was not? What the hell?
I don't know.
The deception was not discovered until June 4th, just as the man was about to be released on parole. He ran through the whole sentence. What? These people are insane. Here's my question now. How did nobody find this out? Kevin Lee Gary was arrested for home invasion in 2017. He gave police the name of his dead brother, Sammy Lee Gary. Somehow, the 37-year-old Detroit man went through the Wayne County court system and was convicted under his brother's name and was sent to state prison as Sammy Lee Gray. I'm sorry. In fact, in order to find Kevin Gray on the Michigan Department of Corrections website, one must still type in the name of his younger brother, Sammy. Then Kevin Gray's photo will appear, but with his brother's Sammy's name, date of birth, and age of 35. His brother would now be, had he not died in 2006, when he was 22, he would be 35. I'm sorry. The deception was not discovered until June 4th, just as Gray was about to be released on parole from Parnell Correctional Facility near Jackson. This parolee was not able to correctly ID himself as he came through the gate. An alert prison official wrote that day in an urgent memo, which was released by the department. He seemed not to know his date of birth, his social security number, or any of the other identifiers commonly used. We are not comfortable with allowing him to leave, the officer wrote. He appears to resemble the picture on his current face sheet, but something else does not make sense. It was back to his cell for Gray, who is now expected to be paroled this week. Department spokesperson Chris Galt told the Free Press. It's not clear why Gray's true identity was not detected much sooner through his fingerprints. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office knew Gray's true identity as well as his aliases, spokesperson Maria Miller said, but she could not explain why Kevin Gray's conviction was registered under the name and date of birth of his brother, as shown by court records on Friday. That could have been a clerical error. Okay. Though prison officials can only speculate, Gotts has said Gray may have posed as his late brother in a bid for leniency. Sammy Lee Gray had much less extensive criminal history than Kevin Gray. Records show that Sammy had never been to prison, but was sentenced to 6 months in the county jail in 2002 for attempted possession of marijuana, records show. Kevin Gray, who is completing a sentence of 18 months to 15 years after pleading guilty before Wayne County Circuit Judge Dana Hathaway, had been to prison twice before. He was locked up for felony firearms offenses in 2007 and crimes related to drugs and stolen property in 2004. Gotts said that although the incorrect name and date of birth for Kevin Gray appears on the prison website, the criminal history the website lists for him is accurate. That's because criminal histories are tied to fingerprints, not names and dates of birth, he said. Changing the name and date of birth on prison records could require a court order, which Gotts said prison officials are seeking after the Free Press flagged the issue. People coming to us with multiple aliases is not uncommon, but we have to take them based on what their name is on the official judgment of sentence from the court, Gotts said. It appears the court did not verify his legal name and just went based on what he said his name was at the time of the arrest. And only the court can change the name, he said. Joseph Dillard, the court-appointed attorney who represented Gray, could not be reached for comment Friday, I'm sure. Miller said Gray did not get off easier as a result of using his dead brother's name. Prosecutors were aware of his true identity and brought a habitual offender enhancement against him because of his prior convictions, Miller said Friday. That was dropped as part of a plea deal when Gray pleaded guilty to home invasion, he said. So this dude should have gotten more time, in my opinion, just because of Sorry, guys. I know that we knew, so we should have known, Miller said to the corrections department. Wait, what? I know that we knew, so they should have known. Okay. But she could not explain why the name and birth date listed for Gray in the court record both belonged to his late brother. Gotts said it's not clear why the corrections department did not detect the false name earlier, but he said the significant time gap between Gray's last admission to prison in 2018 and his previous release in 2012 was a factor. Could Gray face additional charges for providing authorities with false information? Miller said Wayne County won't charge him because they knew his true identity at the time of his conviction. No, they're not charging him because it was their mistake, and they would probably have to eat something there if they did. That's probably why. So the corrections department wants to make a complaint about the information Gray gave them. They would have to talk to Jackson County or officials in Jackson County where Parnell Prison is located, she said. That's a little scary. Yeah, it's definitely the court's fault. That's why he's not being charged. That's not his fault. So, I mean, it's his fault that he used the name, but they should have been able to see through that based on fingerprinting. You know what I mean? That's what they said. So they're claiming that they knew. I don't think they did. I don't think they did, or this would have been dealt with and caught probably 18 months prior or whatever his sentence was.
Right.
And they're just trying to make it look good at this point. That's my opinion, of course, but quite interesting. There's our first one. Wild ass stuff. Oh my God, Mama Bear. Really?
I don't even know which ones I put in there now.
Oh my. This is great. This next one, I have to run this one first. I love it. I can just picture this too. I love it. Video, judge orders inmate's mouth taped shut during sentencing. Was his name James Brooks? I gotta wonder. Daryl Brooks. Sorry.
Daryl Brooks.
Daryl Brooks, yeah. And of course it's in Cleveland. You know, the last like 5 or 6 of these I ran yesterday, and all out of Cleveland and like Youngstown, right next to me. It's crazy. Yes, we have goofballs all over Ohio, folks. That's a promise. You can ask SRB and In Stitches and all of them. There's crazy people all over our state. So it says an inmate who kept talking during his sentencing was ordered to have his mouth taped shut by a judge. Video from the courtroom showed. On Tuesday, 32-year-old Franklin Williams, who was on trial for 3 armed robberies, had his mouth taped shut after he kept talking during his sentencing, WJW reported. Williams was apparently complaining about his attorneys and was ordered to be silent multiple times. Williams continued to speak despite the judge's orders and kept interrupting the judge and even his own attorneys. Judge John Russo eventually ordered deputies to tape his mouth shut. When the inmate continued to speak, the judge ordered deputies to put another piece of tape over his mouth. I hope this is it. I want to see this. Williams was sentenced to 24 years in prison, according to court documents. Williams was convicted in December on several counts, including aggravated robbery, kidnapping, and having weapons under a disability. His trial started last year, but was delayed after he cut his ankle bracelet and fled to Nebraska, where he alleged that he was hit over his head and lost his memory. Of course he did.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what this guy has to say.
I just met this attorney the other day.
That's fine. So here, okay.
I came and took my cell phones yesterday, and they came and took all my property out my cell today.
Mr. Williams, I'm the judge in the matter. Shut your mouth, and I'll tell you when you can talk. You got it? It's the same rules we played by while we were here in trial, every time we were here for a pretrial. So just follow the same rules. Fair enough? So at this point, I'm going to hear from your lawyers, and that means zip it.
But you're not letting me.
That means zip it right now. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
No, just
This reminds me of one of my children. I'm this. Look at his face. As soon as the judge stops talking, he starts talking.
Yep.
Does the comment "quit talking"? Do you understand that?
Because you're trying to take my life.
No.
And you're not letting me tell you what's going on.
Take your life for what?
Look at his attorney. Look at his attorney's face. He's kind of like,
I'm sorry, Judge.
right.
What do you mean?
It's not fair. You're trying to take my life.
What does that mean?
On the document.
Again, I'm going to interrupt. Mr. Williams, listen to me. If we have to, I will gag you in 1 second. So listen, you will get a chance to talk. I'm going to gag you in 1 second. So just listen to me. Zip it until I give you a chance to talk. You'll get a chance to talk. I am going to give you a chance to talk. Here it is again. So you said to me you understand this comment. Zip it right now.
Why don't you let it play about me getting shackled on the bus for a whole week? Let that play.
Mr. Williams will.
Mr. Williams, be very simple to gag you. You'll get a chance to speak.
Tell me, black women just walked in here.
Okay,
So I have not even been around.
Let's go back.
Years.
Zip it. Anything you want to add to your insanity? And the
put me on
jury
trial,
gave that.
Zip it. www.zipit.com. Zip it. This is too.
The HIPAA law. That's a violation of the HIPAA law, Judge.
Here we go.
Do you see the other guy over here? He's trying not to laugh.
Right.
This is great.
I'm going to tape it, and then I'll unzip it when I want you to talk, because the young lady over here can't take down everything. You know how this works. We've been in the courtroom at least 50 times as we prepared for trial. I'll give him a chance to speak at sentencing.
Take me out.
Now I'd like you to speak.
Mr. Williams, I want to make it real clear. If you spit on, attempt to bite, or injure any of my deputies, you're going to have that day. Oh, you clear.
6 deputies, folks. This is insane. This is insane. I love it. You can zip it. Zip it good. That's right, Mittens.
That's duct tape too.
Back on the record. Mr. Williams will have a chance to speak.
And I'll be monitoring everything I say.
Go ahead.
How can I speak?
Oh God, he's still talking.
Good old Ohio. The heart of it all. You gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Oh jeez.
Did he do it again? They said they put another piece over his mouth. So what? How stupid can you be? Like, you don't want to piss the judge off. It's giving you your sentencing to the point where they have to tape your mouth shut.
Right?
I wonder if they put a bib on him for eating time too. I wonder.
Probably.
Duct tape and WD-40 fixes everything. You ain't lying, Moonlit. That's enlisted. Dude got hair. That was duct tape.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
That's gonna hurt. Yes, exactly. Wisdom. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Is Daryl Brooks.
Yeah.
Exactly who I was thinking of. That one was great, Mama Bear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm glad that there was a video we could watch on that too. That was awesome. All right. We got another one or two here. And again, good old Ohio. Let's see what we got over here now. Is this one in Ohio too?
I don't know.
Oh, no. What in the hell? I don't understand where these people, like, how these people exist, like, in real life with us. I don't get it. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, so next one up. Oregon inmates who fled on ATV while drunk on hand sanitizer get more time behind bars.
Well, hello, the city. It's been a
Welcome,
minute.
Miss Liz. He'll get waxed when yes, he will. 100%. That'll pull all that out. God bless America. Where are we at here? Portland, Oregon. A hand sanitizer fueled joyride on a sheriff's office ATV last month earned the Deschutes County inmates longer stays behind bars. Christopher G. Turry, 30, received a 3-month jail sentence Monday for unauthorized use of a vehicle and second-degree escape. Sean D. McAllister, 34, was sentenced last Wednesday to 2 years and a month in prison for driving under the influence of intoxicants, second-degree escape, and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, according to Oregon court records. A judge ordered McAllister's driver's license be suspended for the rest of his life. Tur and McAllister were part of a 4-inmate work crew at the Rickard Road Animal Ranch east of Bend on November 14th, tasked with feeding rescue animals and cleaning up the property. The sheriff's office said the agency houses animals that have been abandoned or seized on the property. At some point, Turner and McAllister drank hand sanitizer from a container left in the jail van, the sheriff's office said, and it's not clear how much they drank. The amount of alcohol in hand sanitizer ranges from 45 to 95%, according to the American Association of Poison Control Centers. Wine has 10 to 15% alcohol, and beer contains 5 to 10. Oof. So hand sanitizer will tear you up then. Jesus. Most hand sanitizing products have more than 60% ethyl alcohol, which is found in beer, brandy, and whiskey. Deputy Terry Albeida, who was in charge of overseeing the 4 inmates, reported that Tur and McAllister told him they were going to work at a chicken coop on the opposite side of the ranch. According to a motion to revoke Tur's probation, the ATV was parked behind the building. Albeida said he later saw both men riding down a driveway on the 4-wheeler, but didn't know anything was amiss because he thought they were going to the other part of the ranch, the court document said. It's not clear why that didn't trigger an alarm because he also reported neither inmate had permission or were instructed to use the ATV. It wasn't until Albeida heard on his radio that there were 2 men speeding on a sheriff's office ATV that he realized something was wrong, according to the motion. The sheriff's office said someone had called 911 and reported seeing the men speeding on the ATV and riding in circles. Jesus. That's just too much. I get a visual and this is hilarious to me. Albeida then saw a ranch entrance gate had been forced open, and an Oregon State Police plane was deployed to help look for the men and the ATV. They crashed into a large lava field near Oregon 97 and ran away, the motion said. Tur was found on National Forest land and McAllister was tracked down in the area about 35 minutes later, probably too drunk to run. They were off the ranch property for at least an hour. The sheriff's office said the duo caused roughly $1,000 in damages to the gate they ran through, according to the motion. The men were both in the Deschutes County Jail at the time due to previous driving-related convictions. So they were already convicted on driving issues already. Tour was sentenced in September to 100 days in jail for driving under the influence of intoxicants. What an idiot. And fourth-degree assault. His driver's license was also suspended for life in that case. McAllister was in the midst of serving a 90-day jail sentence after being convicted in August of first-degree theft, heroin possession, reckless endangering, and driving while suspended. A judge at the time ordered McAllister's driver's license be suspended for 90 days. Yeah, you ruined that, bro. So they just decided, hey, let's get drunk and go have some fun on a four-wheeler. And got more time in jail for it. Did they think? Did they think they were going to get away with it?
No, they just figured they'd have some fun while they were at it.
These people are so stupid. So stupid. Oh God, no. Okay, guys. So this is the last one, and I don't even know.
I just saw the title and put it in there. I didn't read it, that one.
This should be great. COs wait for inmate to pass diamond earrings he swallowed. That's the job I want. Just saying. Authorities are searching for evidence in a very non-traditional place, an inmate's poop. Look at the guy's face.
There is nothing going on inside that brain.
Nothing at all. Well, it's just like, oh yeah, I swallowed them, Dad. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, those gears are like rusted shut.
Completely locked down. WD-40 ain't gonna help that shit at all. And of course, guys, we're in Florida, so here's another Florida Man series for you. Police are searching for evidence in a very non-traditional place, an inmate's poop. Correctional officers are closely monitoring the toilet of a man who police say committed grand retail theft when he swallowed a pair of diamond earrings Thursday. An arrest affidavit says Ryan Penman tried to use a fraudulent credit card, but was quickly flagged by a Kay Jewelers employee. Is this in Ohio too? No, it's in Florida. Okay. I thought Kay was only local here, but okay. An arrest affidavit says Ryan Penman tried to use okay, I read that already. Because the name didn't match him. When they didn't go as planned, Penman faked taking medication and instead gulped down 2 1/3 carat princess cut diamond studs. Employees said he did give back a pair of earrings, only they were fake. It is believed that one or both of the defendants swallowed the stolen earrings, the report said. When police arrived, Penman, along with his girlfriend of 4 months, were questioned. The woman, who was not identified, began crying and complained of anxiety. The couple then requested medical attention, and they were both transported to a nearby hospital. Before consenting to an x-ray, the woman asked to use the restroom, where she was then heard throwing up. When she exited the restroom, the female defendant flushed the toilet before I could observe what was in it, the officer wrote. Therefore, they have no proof. Her x-ray found no evidence of the jewels. When police asked Penman to consent to an x-ray, he refused. He did ultimately agree to one in exchange for a sandwich, though. You give me a sandwich, you can x-ray my belly. Sure thing. Okay. The Daily Commercial reported, alas, the earrings were visible in the defendant's stomach. The officer wrote Penman was charged with retail grand theft and tampering with evidence. He was booked into Lake County Jail. Lake County Sheriff's Office said the water from the toilet in the cell was turned off. So far, there has been no recovery of the jewelry, said Lake County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Fred Jones. As of Saturday, finding the jewels, however, wasn't a main priority. The x-rays were enough to charge him, Jones said. Pun intended, our officers have to put up with a whole bunch of crap. Literally. But watching for a bowel movement will not be one of those things. As far as Penman's bond, the jail booking officer made something very clear. Request no bond to allow evidence to vacate his bowels, the affidavit said. Oh my God. I would have to tell my boss, no, I'm not sitting here waiting for this guy to take a dump. I'm sorry, but I'm not. It's not in my job description. I'm not to watch poo. Once again, look at that face. He's a special kind of derp.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for those, Mama Bear.
You're very welcome.
I can't get my favorite is the guy with the duct tape on his mouth. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was good.
Daryl Brooks 2.0. These are amazing. I love that we do these. What a mess. What a mess. All right, let's see what we got here. Two hours, okay. We have some updates. Just stick your arm up there. Yeah, right, Moonlit, right. I thought we had an update on this. Maybe not. I thought, did you or somebody else send me over? Wait a minute. An update on the Mickey Steins, Kevin Mullins situation, or no?
Yeah. I think that was.
That was yesterday.
Hold on.
Yep. Oh, you're fine. Again, guys, thank you guys so much for tuning in with us today. It's a great way to get our day started off with you guys. I'll be back in here later this afternoon, of course, to finish up. We're going to be running another show in regards to 4chan posts and some other stuff that I want to catch up. We have a lot. Some interesting things that have come out with those too, and a couple other things too in Idaho that we're going to be breaking down. So Mama Bear probably won't be here at that time, but I will be. Where the heck is this? I can't find it in here. It's weird. Yes, yeah. No, we're going to do it in a show, Alicia.
Okay, it's in Discord.
Oh, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, welcome.
Bingo, that's what it was.
It was in the voice chat.
Okay, yeah, this was kind of interesting. Gavin Fish put this out. I don't know. I've been curious to see. I've been following this about as close as I can, and there's not a lot. It's not moving very quickly. I'll just put it that way. I've been interested in this case since day one. Again, this is the Kentucky sheriff who shot the judge and killed him on camera. I don't know if you guys had seen. All of you have known about this. His name is Sean Mickey Steins. The judge's name was Kevin Mullins. I'm sorry. Let's see.
Listen, this live stream is for adults only. It's for educational and entertainment purposes.
It's cute.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the show. My name's Gavin. This is my channel. We like true crime around here. We like to cut through the fluff. We like to cut through sensationalism. We like to get into the nitty-gritty of true crime. Tonight, we are going back to a case that we have covered. This might be our 22nd or 23rd video. We want to welcome back a guest that we love it when she's on to talk about the case of Kevin Mullins. The killing of Kevin Mullins. This is not a whodunit. This is, we know who did it. He was shot and killed by Sheriff Mickey Steins. But without further ado, welcome back to the channel, Elizabeth Jones. Thanks for being here.
Hi, thanks for having me again, Fish.
Oh, everybody loves it when you come on. Everybody loves it. Hopefully, I was telling you before we started, the last time we had you on, I had a little technical snafu, but we've got a trigger button, a panic button for my mods if anything goes wrong. If the sound is wrong, it looks like it's working, though. Hopefully it'll stay that way. What have you been up to?
Working. We finally got the Hillbilly Crime shop up and launched.
Description below. Please go over there.
Recently, there was a motion filed to remove Mickey from the civil suit and substitute the new current sheriff in his place.
Right. Okay. So elevator.
Wait, how can you do that? Did you hear what she just said? That they're talking about removing Mickey Steins from the civil suit that was played out up against everybody in that area or in the county and put the new acting sheriff on? Like he wasn't the one that was involved, right? I don't think you could do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, thank you, Alicia. I got you, dear. I understand now. I'm sorry. I'm a little slow. That's weird. Okay.
Version of this, right? So what was happening down there in Letcher County is this guy named Ben Fields, who was a deputy of this guy, Sheriff Mickey Steins. He was also in charge of the ankle monitoring for Letcher County, and he was doing bad things to the female inmates down there. He was saying that they couldn't, it's not like they can. What is the word that I'm looking at? They can't consent to that when you've got somebody in power over them in law enforcement. His defense was, oh, well, we just have these relationships. But no, he was abusing these women.
And they did say no, and they went back to jail.
If they said no, they went back to jail. That's exactly right. So he was convicted, and there's a whole story about that. But then two of his victims, Sabrina Atkins and Jennifer Hill, now the late Jennifer Hill, brought a federal lawsuit against Mr. Fields and Sheriff Steins in his official capacity, basically saying he should have known what Fields was doing. And it was a deposition in this lawsuit that I think led directly to him killing Kevin Mullins. And now he's not even part of the lawsuit. Is that what we understand?
Exactly. So if this was possible and all he had to do was resign and then them appoint a new sheriff, that would have completely removed him and put the new sheriff in.
Yeah, but there's more to this than just that. That's not the only reason why he killed the judge, guys. I'm telling you, there's way deeper things going on here.
You can't make this stuff up.
No, man. No, it's crazy. Just kind of the weirdness that was happening down there, right? I mean, this is a case that just makes you go, in so many different ways.
Thank you, love.
Actually,
God bless.
Because we like to cut through fluff around here, I got the docs. I know that I have a button around here somewhere. So when was this filed? This was filed last month. You and I just found out about this yesterday, or you knew before I did. I guess I should say I found out about this yesterday. So this is Mickey Steins, through his lawyer, is moving the court for an order substituting Billy Jones as the named Letcher County sheriff in this matter. Who's Billy Jones?
Billy
Obviously
Jones,
he's the sheriff, but
he was a school resource officer for Letcher County High School. But he worked under Mickey, so he was one of Mickey's deputies.
is he one of the ones that was making the kind of crass jokes and kind of locker room stuff? Any of that?
No, he was actually where he was a school resource officer. That was pretty much his main gig. And the school actually did their own hiring for their resource officer.
Okay.
But the school was the one who did the hiring, but they worked under the sheriff's department, is the way that I understood it.
So they hire somebody who has law enforcement credentials, and then for employment purposes, he becomes a deputy sheriff.
And I'm sure they probably work with the sheriff's department, on that hire, on picking that hire.
So it is, and I don't want to cast any aspersions. I don't want to gossip or anything like that, but is Billy Jones, is he outside of that club? I mean, because really what we've been determining here is that there seems to be like a little cartel of powerful people, big fish in a small pond down there that appear to be all kind of connected, and maybe the crimes that Mr. Fields was convicted of and is being sued over in federal court was a little more pervasive. I mean, Sabrina Atkins said in her proffer that she had seen video of Judge Mullins engaging in the same kind of behavior that Mr. Fields was convicted of. So is Billy Jones part of that cabal? I don't know that I'm using the word right, that cartel.
I honestly could not tell you. I don't know enough about our new sheriff to give an opinion on that. So I better wait and reserve judgment there.
Sure. And this motion, by the way, was granted.
So what we're hearing now is that we get rid of a couple people that were possibly involved in this corrupted bullshit, and now the new sheriff is just as involved. Yeah, 2 + 2 don't make 4 in this one. That's a damn for sure. This is crazy.
That doesn't sound good.
Right. This is insane. Like, what the hell? This is the weirdest case. I swear to God, it really is. I don't even know what to say. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Wow.
Everybody. Early last month, the order came in and it was granted. It substituted Billy Jones for Mickey Steins as the named Letcher County Sheriff defendant in this lawsuit. So
this is so hard to like. I understand it, but I'm not processing this. So Mickey was named in this lawsuit against Letcher County because of everybody that was involved in taking advantage of these women. So because he shoots the judge and kills him and resigns from his post as sheriff at the same time, they bring in this other guy. He's out of it, and the new guy is now named in the class action lawsuit. Am I crazy to think this is weird?
No, it's very weird.
This is strange. Thank you, Mama Bear. This is very strange, y'all. I mean, not to mention now, and if he did this just to get out of the lawsuit, dude, why didn't you just resign? I think it's got to run deeper than that. There's something else in here with this judge and him, and the fact that he stated that they were trying to kidnap his wife and daughter, things like that. Something else is in here with this. This is too much. And it makes 0 sense to me that can even be something legal.
0 sense.
Right. Unless this Billy Jones was involved in it as a deputy, and then when he was bumped up. No, that's the only thing that makes any sense, guys. I don't even, whatever. I'll shut up now and let them explain, but it still don't make no sense.
All Mickey had to do to be off the hook was just stop being the sheriff.
There has to be more to this.
They just said the same shit that I did. That isn't exactly the same words. There has to be more to this.
Right?
It don't make sense to nobody. This is stupid.
There has to be. If that was, I mean, I believe that the deposition that he gave did have something to do with the shooting. I believe that. But I don't think that was all of it. I think that there's more pieces, which of course, there's more pieces to the puzzle that we haven't figured out yet.
So I'm with you. I'm definitely with you. I mean, the deposition itself, when we read through that, is actually pretty benign. I didn't feel like there was any major smoking gun against Sheriff Steins. I mean, it definitely showed that he ran his sheriff's office like a high school locker room.
I think the smoking gun was that he was not sued in his personal capacity. He was only named in that suit in his official capacity. Well, he had his lawyer there at that deposition to represent him in his official capacity. But there was Daniel Dotson. The other attorney was there at that deposition, and he sat in on that. He even spoke. It even has him speaking in the deposition. Is
he Mickey's personal attorney?
Well, he was not named in that lawsuit in his individual capacity. So why would he have another attorney? I mean, I don't know. And then that just stuck out to me. And I think that that's going to be that's the smoking gun for me, is that it looks to me like he was either sent, I better put allegedly in there. This is what I think.
Yeah, this is opinion.
That he was there to watch and make sure that he didn't say anything that would implicate anyone else, or possibly as to intimidate him into not saying anything. If Mickey, I mean, you have to consider the whole matter, right? If Mickey thought at the time of the shooting that they had already kidnapped his wife and daughter, he says this.
Yes.
This is testified to by the detective, the lead Kentucky State Police detective on this case. All of that together, if you think about it all, it's the only thing that really makes sense to me.
Let's tell us, just so that we're all on the same page, Mr. Steins is now, he is represented by the Bartleys, Jeremy and Carrie Bartley. He has made a couple of appearances in court for a couple of hearings, and Mr. Bartley, unlike any other defense attorney that I know of, is really happy to talk about this case in the media. It's completely so we know that Mickey Steins is going to do.
His attorney has given multiple interviews and he just talks about it all. He don't seem to give two craps what he's saying. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Some kind of defense, some kind of legal insanity kind of defense. And the argument is that he believed that his wife and daughter had been taken. He believed that either they had already been taken or they were in danger of being taken. But why would he believe that? What were the circumstances? Let's remind the audience the circumstances why he would think that that's even in the realm of possibility.
Well, the way that I understood it, as pieces of this has come out, kind of piecemeal, Mickey, they had went to lunch that day, and then after they left lunch, Mickey and the preacher, who is the community liaison, he worked in the courtroom.
And the preacher, by the way, you guys, if you remember the video I showed the last time I showed a video on this, where it showed them all in the judge's chambers. There was two men sitting in the window seat, the judge in his chair. Mickey was sitting in a chair opposite the judge on the other side of the desk. There was another guy, and there was a guy standing by the judge. That is the pastor, preacher, whatever he is. And he works in the court system as well. He is part of the government there, but he's also a pastor and the main pastor in this town. So he was in that office right before this happened, and then they all went to lunch. So that's who she's referring to, for those of you that may not remember.
With Judge Mullins. He worked with Mickey every day, just about it. He was the one who was responsible for getting these inmates into rehab and finding them a bed, an open bed, where they could get out of jail or get off of house arrest or whatever and go to rehab. So Mickey and the preacher go out to deliver food boxes as they normally do. But instead of them going and delivering 40 boxes like they usually do, they only had 2 that day. And from what Bartley had said in one of his last interviews, Mickey somehow apparently thought that they were trying to lure him out somewhere into an isolated area to harm him, because they weren't taking him, they weren't sending him to his normal destination.
And this is on the day of the shooting. This is that Thursday, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, the day of it. It was right before the shooting took place.
Okay. And Hillersdorf, the attorney that represents,
Well, that's new. We didn't have that before. So now he believed everybody, including the pastor, but they were going to lure him out and do something to him. That's interesting. That would make some sense as to why he acted all wild and crazy with this.
Yeah. Oh, shoot.
And obviously the man has a reason to think this. Previous issues around the community, maybe. I don't know. Something else that he knew about happening. I can only think that that would be why he would think this. So that's a little crazy.
He's one of the attorneys that represents both Adkins and Hill. He was not the one who did the questioning the Monday prior at the deposition, but he said that Mickey was acting strangely, like he was out of sorts, right? So do we take that to mean that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, for 4 days, this guy is in this kind of paranoid state that his family is in danger and now they're trying to lure him out? Is that what we understand?
Basically, he had not slept. That's what was reported, that he had not slept in days. And he had even left his house and was staying with his aunt, a family member. They said that he paced all night long, those few nights. And so I tend to believe that he received some type of threat. I think he's received some type of threat, even if it was something that he perceived as a threat, that had to have kicked off this, days long fear.
Well, yeah. And that is the thing, is it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. It's whether he perceives it to be true, whether he perceives the threat to be real. Right. So by Thursday, he's been pacing the floor all night long. He hasn't been sleeping. He likely believes that there is a credible threat against his wife, his child, and somehow just decides to take it out on Judge Mullins.
Well, and then we find out during the in one of the
Well, you got to wonder then, did the threat come from Judge Mullins? I can't imagine he would shoot the judge if the threat came from the pastor or one of the other deputies or something like that. It would have to come from the judge. Or you would think that it started from the judge, I would think. You know what I mean? That seems to be the only thing that makes any sense. But
depositions that they were planning on getting divorced. That was
him and his wife were, or are we talking about signs?
That was rumored right after it happened, that she had kicked him out and that they got in a fight and she had kicked him out. And but I couldn't never get any confirmation on that one way or the other. But then whenever LaShawna Frazier's deposition came out, I think it was hers, it said in there that they had been discussing divorce.
She testified to that. She would have had secondhand knowledge to it anyway. She probably would have talked to Mickey about that, right? Okay, so yeah, maybe not just resigning as sheriff.
okay, I've decided I'm going to FOIA this entire thing. Well, I can't FOIA it, but I'm going to try to see what I can find on this public knowledge to get files on this, because this is crazy. I don't understand. There's something else going on in the background here. And I got to venture to say that there was something else that has been going on in this community for a while. We had somebody come in here that lives in, I think it's White County or White, whatever it is. It's in Kentucky here, that said that the whole community believes that everybody within the government is corrupt and crooked and involved in this whole thing going on, and then some, way more. So I'm curious. I'm real curious. This looked like may possibly look in the past to see if there were any other things that have happened, so on and so forth. So I'm going to be looking a little deeper now. This is wild.
Solves all these problems. That's kind of like, if somebody's in that kind of state, I mean, I don't know how many other cases you've looked at on your channel where somebody just is definitely not thinking clearly. They're not able to reason. They're not able to logic. I was thinking, on my channel, there's a case that's pretty important to me. It's the case of David Elmquist. He was a young man who died by fire.
Guys, please make sure, I'm sorry, I haven't said it in a few minutes, to hop on over. There's a link pinned to the top of the chat. Click that link, jump on over to Mama Bear's channel, hit the like button, subscribe to her, and hit that notification bell if you have not yet done that. And if you haven't, what are you doing with your life? Come on now. At least hit that like button and make sure that you show her some love over there as well, guys. It only takes a second, and it's pinned at the top of our chat. So thank you guys so very much for that.
The official story is that he doused himself with crude oil and lit himself aflame like some sort of protester in Southeast Asia in the 1970s, that kind of thing, right? But what had happened to him is he had a psychotic break and just didn't have any. This was weeks before his death, but didn't have the ability to reason, to logic, to make proper decisions. It was like it just all went away. So to him, his world, I guess what I'm saying is, if Mickey was in that kind of state, then he needed help more than anything. It seems to me like, why Why wouldn't someone around him have noticed that and gotten him help?
Well, and they've brought up the encephalitis
Right.
thing, and I noticed that was in those documents
Yeah.
that they released. They were talking about that. I don't know I don't know what that does to somebody.
It does a lot to somebody. Encephalitis is when your brain basically swells within your skull. Meningitis will cause encephalitis. There's many other things. Certain bacterial infections and viral infections can cause it, but your brain swells. Well, when your brain swells, it causes your reactions to different things in your not reaction, but what do you call that, Bear? Your like decision-making processes to not be what they should. It think about your brain swelling up, and it's headaches and just horrible things going on in your mind. You get a little crazy there. Okay. You'll act out a bit. I didn't hear anything until right now about encephalitis. That's brand new. Thank you, Norma. Appreciate you very much. Your logic. Thank you. God, I love Alicia. She's always got the right thing to say, some right time. So anyway, yeah, your logic does not work anymore. Your choices that you make, the decision making, it just goes out the window. Now, I had viral meningitis when I was 14 years old. I was in the hospital for a week almost, and it is the absolute worst headache you can ever imagine having in your life, because again, your brain is only so big. It fits inside your skull. Well, when it swells, it's no longer fitting in your skull the way it did, and it will, it hurts. Like even just to sit up, to open your eyes, to breathe, it was hurting. That's how bad it was. And imagine having a headache. Like a lot of people I know, Mama Bear has headache issues, so on and so forth. You cannot function, folks. You cannot, like, even just to change the TV.
Debilitating.
Yeah, it is absolutely. Thank you. Debilitating is all hell. So if he's got encephalitis, which it's also something that can be passed via mosquito bites too, from what I found, at least around northern areas. Because it can be a bloodborne type thing. So anyway, that can make this be true. Now, here's the thing. If they can prove that Mickey Steins had encephalitis, in turn, I wonder if that would get him off the hook for the murder.
Probably. He wouldn't have been in his right mind.
Right. And it's a medical condition, 100%. So that's interesting to me. I never saw that. I'd love to see the documents on this. Opinions vary. Yeah, well, true. I get you. I was just teasing. Yeah, it is. It's horrible, you guys. It's the worst, absolute worst pain. I had brain surgery in 2000. Okay, that's what this monstrous scores from, and it never did it even reach even close to the pain that I had with the meningitis. It's crazy. So, yeah. And I can see that. And plus, if he's going around still living life, having this problem, not sleeping, things like that, the dude is probably completely out of his mind. In turn, for the defense, that could be why his attorney is so confident, in my opinion. And if he does get completely off, that's going to be absolutely insanely wild to me. We'll see. But
I don't know what that does to somebody's brain. So it's kind of hard for us to even know how much weight to give that, not knowing how much it really affected him.
Yeah. There's just so much to this case.
A lot, guys. I mean, that is true. It's a lot. It's gonna play a huge part. If it's true, I truly do see it's gonna play a huge part in this. And I think Mama Bear's right too with what I asked her. I think he will, and very possibly could, get completely off on this due to this. I remember a case from a long time ago where a woman had a brain tumor, and it was on I can't remember what this part's called right now, that part of her brain, and it was causing her to do really insanely weird things, and she was committing crime. Do what?
Frontal lobe.
Frontal lobe, or yeah, I think it was the frontal lobe or the pituitary or something like that combined. She was doing crazy shit, like criminal things. And because of that, they proved it. she wasn't charged with. I think there was one that she was charged with because they said it would have to do nothing with that. It was something else. I'm gonna have to go find that case. I'm gonna have to look that up. Hold on a minute. Not right now, but I'm writing it down to see if I can show it, because it was an insane story. I remember this a long time ago seeing it, but yeah, 100% crazy.
Like that. So if there was a credible threat against, in his mind, doesn't matter if it was credible or not, but if there was, to his mind, a credible threat, then he must have felt like that threat came from Judge Mullins.
Well, I mean, that would be a natural jump for us to make. I think it's really important to remind ourselves, me and you have both seen a video of.
Indeed, we have.
Yep, and they based it, Aurora, off the case I'm talking about. Yes, ma'am. 100%. So if you haven't seen it, go watch that Law and Order episode. It absolutely is insane, and it's fully based off of a true situation.
Another higher
Welcome.
up
yes.
in that courthouse. And there have been, I regularly get tips and stuff that I can't even share on my show,
Oh, yeah.
There have been other personal accounts and stories. It's rumor. It's like local legend around here about the judge's chambers. Everybody has heard those rumors. Everybody has heard the rumors about the private sex parties that have been rumored to have been going on for decades around here.
Well, just so everybody else knows, I'm not going to give it away, but Elizabeth got a tip that that you shared with me. I think you were just kind of asking for advice on it, and I was like, do not put that anywhere near you, because you have to protect your channel, right?
Yeah.
And YouTube would have taken your channel away like that. But the whole idea that there are these groups of people that are doing sexual things with one another in the courthouse, I definitely believe that is true based on the evidence that I have personally seen.
Yeah, and just imagine.
That I can't share on YouTube. I can't share with anybody. Yeah.
If everybody that was around Mickey if they have done things that they know if it gets out, they're going to be in trouble. So if they all knew that Mickey had to go testify in this deposition, and that all these or maybe they just were hearing that there's going to be some investigations, that they're going to be trying to save their own tails,
Yeah.
We have no idea what I bet you people were in Mickey's ear left and right trying to absolve themselves of any, trouble.
Hey, let me go over to some comments here, some questions. Super Charismatic, who's a frequent commenter, she says, I missed the name of the town this occurred in. Do we know the approximate population? So what is the name of the town there in Letcher County again?
Well, it was Whitesburg that it happened in. And I think he said it was only like 2,000 people.
Yeah. And that's like the county seat, right? That's where the courthouse is. It's where the county sheriff's office is. 2,000 people. It's a small place. All right.
Very small.
Out there in Whitesburg. Let's see. Meredith says, this doesn't change his criminal charges, though. Correct. Yes.
The only criminal charges he's facing is shooting a judge.
Yeah. Yeah. And I will have to fall on my sword on this one, Elizabeth. I totally made a clickbaity title on this.
That's all right.
I totally did. He's off the hook, sort of, is what I said. He's off the hook on the federal civil lawsuit, but he is still swinging in the breeze on the murder charge. Let's see. Let me just there were a couple of others here I saw.
And the way that I read that order, it seems like this is a normal thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It was pretty straightforward, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. RJG says, Gavin, I would have thought they discussed divorce to protect assets from a civil suit, but Mickey wasn't named personally. Well, that's an interesting thought. Yeah. He wasn't sued personally. So that divorce you're thinking is something to do with relationship matters, not legal matters.
Yeah. I have on good source that somebody had mentioned that to her after the shooting had taken place. And they said she was like, no, absolutely not. You know, I would never do that. But, you know, that's secondhand.
Yeah, there's probably some sort of shield there anyway, you know, but yeah.
Well, if they're not suing him in his official or his personal capacity, that doesn't even come into play.
Yeah. Yeah. So Beach Girl says the population of Whitesburg is 1,700. Right about what you said. That's a small place.
Yeah, very small.
And I mean, actually sounds kind of nice. Right. Yeah. No, I live in a place with something like 6,000, between 5,000 and 6,000.
You know, most of the time our prosecutors and judges run unopposed.
Yeah. You know, in the county over from me, I was asked to moderate like a candidates forum that just happened a couple days ago. And like the county sheriff, who's a good guy, I know him, he's a really good guy. He was shocked that somebody ran against him. It just doesn't happen. Right. The sheriff before him was like a 3 or 4 term sheriff. He aged out, didn't want to run. So this guy ran unopposed. He's done really well. And now he's like, why is he running against me? That's not cool. Like, well, yeah, it's politics, man. It is.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, that's something that we see a lot here. When somebody does run against them, they take it very personally.
Yeah, they can. I mean, well, I mean, if somebody was that you? Was that in your area? Dude, we've had bad weather out here too. Man, that made me jump a little bit.
It did me too.
Crazy. I guess if somebody is threatening your livelihood, it's pretty easy to take that personally.
That's right. Well, and that's the way that a lot of these, it's just, now this is my opinion, of course, but that's the way that I see a lot of these elections, our local elections.
Yeah.
It's an income. It's an income.
Yeah.
But that's it. It's an income.
And you know, at least here in Pennsylvania, and we're on the northern part of Appalachia here, and I feel like Pennsylvania and Kentucky really do have lots of parallels. We're, you know, not too far apart from one another, and kind of have the same rural outlook, at least here in Western Pennsylvania. But the highest paid people in the county are going to be the district attorney, the like in our case we call it the common pleas judge, and then the district judges. Those are the people that are the highest paid in government anyway in the county, right? There are people that make more than that, private attorneys and doctors and professionals and so forth. But yeah, if you've got a sweet government gig out here, if you become a judge, then it's a 10-year term, and then at the end of the 10 years, you don't have to run again. It's just do you want to keep this judge, yes or no? And they never lose. So if you win the bench, you got a 30-year career guaranteed, and it's highly paid.
Yep, absolutely. It's just our magistrates. Our magistrates are, you have one for each district. Your county is broken up into districts, and each one of those magistrates sit on the fiscal court, which then they're responsible for voting for the county's finances and stuff, like their road department, stuff like that.
Oh.
What money's going to be spent to fix what roads and.
Are you the judges do that? That there's not like county commissioners?
No, it's called a judge executive.
Oh my goodness.
The judge executive is a great job. You get 90,000 some thousand a year. You don't have to have any qualifications. It's not a judge. It's not a criminal court.
Yeah. You don't have to be a lawyer or anything. That's the way it is out here. And by the way, for those of you who don't live in the Rust Belt or in Appalachia, $90,000 goes a long way out here. Like a long way out here. I know people that are tuning in from California, where I'm from, they'd be like, I would not take that job for $90,000. But I'm telling you, like, there are houses for sale in my area that are completely livable, normal houses. And they're like, couple more before we, dang it, how come it keeps refreshing? In which very corrupt, very weird, very kinky, very sexual groups of people can get away with weird, kinky, sexual stuff, right? Nobody's checking in on.
And it also allows for money to go.
Yeah.
Not even be accounted for. Like $2 million in miscellaneous, or you know, we had a big flood.
Did you hear who this woman is and what her channel was, Mama Bear? Because I lost that in the beginning.
Did not.
What you said?
I did not.
Oh, okay. No worries then. Yeah, I know, right, Alicia? Jesus.
In 2022, millions of dollars was donated and sent in here with FEMA and everything else. Well, at the end of the cleanup, they didn't have any documentation to show where any of that money went. I mean, they only had a very little. And so then they're like, well, okay, we messed up, but
Oh, yeah.
but just forget about that. Now we've got another flood in 2025, and you got more millions coming in, and they're
It's
like,
happening again?
yeah, and they're like, well, don't worry about that. Forget about that. Just we'll do it right this time. And it's like, come on, man. You know, that's like $5 million that's not accounted for, and nobody's asking any questions. It's like, okay, well, we'll just make sure this
Murder case?
right.
No, man. Yeah, if Mickey is smart, he would plea it if he can get a good plea. At the same time, though, I mean, what state's attorney or district attorney is gonna plea it out? They've got him on video plugging the guy 8 times.
Well, now I've spoken to a couple of attorneys.
Now, that's my biggest issue with this whole thing. Okay. Even on a plea deal. And I don't know, Miss Sherry, you might be able to talk about this because of your experience, but on a plea deal, if you have like absolutely refutable evidence, such as a video of the man shooting the man 8 times, will a plea be playable in this situation, Sherry? You know what I mean? Wisdom. Sorry guys. Miss Sherry is Wisdom. I call her by her name all the time. But would that be a plausible situation for that? Being that that's absolutely irrefutable that Mickey Steins stood there and shot this judge 8 times. Unless the only thing I could, that's what I was just getting ready to say. Get out of my damn head. The only plea he could take would be an insanity plea, right? That's what I was thinking, and that's why I was asking Wisdom if maybe you have an idea as to that, because depending on the information he's able to give, okay, that's good state. Thank you, Wisdom. Appreciate that.
And one of them said that by the time court rolls around, they're going to file so many motions to keep so much out of that trial that they didn't think that hardly anything would even come in.
Really?
And I don't know if they've already got the video. You know, we know he's guilty, but his attorney keeps talking about the extreme emotional disturbance defense, and that he expects a full acquittal. Well, the only way
that's got to be it then. Exactly what I said earlier. If the attorney, and like I said, the attorney is so confident, and the man talks about everything. Like I've never seen an attorney talk about so much involved in the case. I bet you he does. He expects a full acquittal on this. It's got to be based on that medical, the encephalitis thing. If it's provable, if it's medically documented, all this stuff, because it will cause. Go ahead.
Yeah, and if somebody can get out of murder for an insanity plea or a mental health issue, you could certainly get off with encephalitis.
Yeah, right. And if it's documented, fully documented, because that's something else too, is untreated, it will make you go out of your mind. Just like, for instance, what the hell was that? Hitler had it. It's an STD. It started the one that starts with an S. Syphilis. I believe he had syphilis, and Al Capone had that or gonorrhea, and it caused them to go out of their minds. Eventually, resulting in death at some point because it was untreated per se until they figured it out with the autopsies after that. But anyway, untreated without knowing it till after the fact per se, so on and so forth. I bet you it could be a complete and total like thrown out per situation, and there'll be nothing. That's crazy to me. That's absolutely crazy to think about. Yeah. I'm not giving him excuses, just saying that's what happened. Complete and total, I can't. I just said the word 10 seconds ago. I can't say it again. Exoneration, sorry. If that happens, I'm going to be completely blown away. And here's the thing. based on the community response in that area, I don't think anybody's going to care. He had so much support. Steins did. He had so much support after the fact that who knows if he's completely exonerated. I gotta wonder, would that allow him to there again? That's another question for you, Miss Sherry. I'm out of curiosity. If you know it, would he be able to take his seat back as the sheriff? Can you guys imagine that?
That is a good question.
I'm curious. Would he be recertified and get licensed as a law enforcement officer? There's a word for it. I can't think of it either right now, but that would be crazy.
He might be able to, because with you saying that one of the stories, I didn't put it in there, the funny stories, because it's not really funny.
Right.
I don't remember what state, but he's in prison and he's running for like a government position, and it's completely legal.
Oh yeah, there's a guy that's on and has been on. I've seen it many a times. He's on the ballot for the presidential election almost every term. He's been in prison for life. I can't think of the guy's name, but he runs for president every term, and it's legal, wholeheartedly legal. And if you think about it, wasn't Trump convicted of certain crimes too? And he's in the office right now. So that I might be wrong about, because I didn't follow that closely. I just heard certain things. If he has mental issues, but here's the thing, Wisdom. If it's because of encephalitis, once the encephalitis has been treated, the swelling to the brain goes down, the mentality changes. Of course, he would have to go through, a whole thing, a panel to make sure that he is. But in that sense, the evaluation in that sense, if he comes clean on that and there's no mental health issues, then what? You know what I mean? You can't really hold it on him, and his commission can be reinstated as a police officer. That's it, commission. I would imagine, because there in turn, he didn't commit a crime by his own doing. That's interesting. I've never thought of that.
They may not reinstate him, but he may be able to run at the next.
Right, or in a different town or community, maybe. I don't know, because of that'd be wild though. That would be really wild. Yeah. That's the thing, is the insanity plea could be based on a medical condition, though, I do believe. Temporary. Okay. Yeah. Once that's qualified and it's done and over, and he's treated for, obviously he's been treated probably, treated for that, if that's true, and it's gone, and then he's back to being the person he was, and he goes through the eval, everything clean bill of health and all that. What is there left to hold him? I'm real curious about that. I think we've heard everything from this that we need to. They're just talking about personal things now. So anyway, that's just really wild to me to think about. Interesting, but wild. All right, where are we at time-wise? Okay, well, that's about it then, guys. We're heading towards the end of the show, so we always... Oh, nope. I do have one more segment before we do that, and we still got that time. We're good. So hold on a minute here. I'm really seriously curious now. Truly. That would be so wild to me.
And it may be something that is, state by state too.
That's true. That's true. But what'd you say, Mama Bear?
I said it may be something that would be like state by state. Like if one state allowed it, maybe another wouldn't.
True. Yeah, that's a good point. Give me a second here. Key. One moment. All right, guys, I've always tried to run during these shows, the regular morning shows, a segment of I just call it Good Samaritan, good people, things like that. Promoting positivity to kind of duel against all the negativity we see on a daily basis. We need more of the positivity and seeing that there's good people still out there, guys. So let's check out a little bit of this here before we head to the end of the show, where I try to bring a little smile to your face. So let's see what we got.
Stay unforgettable. Let's jump right in.
You're gonna seriously make me cry. I don't cry.
This school cafeteria manager passed her citizenship test, and this is how all the kids responded. There are two acts of kindness going on here. The man who jumped into the freezing water to rescue someone's dog, and the people offering their clothes to help him recover. And now, a triple whammy of kindness. This homeless guy offers to give our fake hungry guy a few dollars and then receives many dollars, and then uses those dollars to buy shopping for other homeless people. Now that's what you call paying it forward. It doesn't take much for someone with a home to change the life of someone without. After this girl's mom saved one of them in a crash, these bikers showed up to her lemonade stand in force. For this guy, scoring a goal meant everything, and these two generous footballers made it happen.
Wait, Marlon, slow down, man. Kick it forward. Come on, kick the ball forward. Right, kick it between his legs, go on. Yeah! Look at him. Finally, what, Marcus?
When his wife passed away, this guy's daughter made a Build-A-Bear for her dad, preserving her mom's voice to comfort him. This is the kind of thing a kid remembers for the rest of their life, if he does remember anything from this age. This accident could have been much worse, especially if this woman wasn't there to help. Some words can be universal. This guy gives haircuts to homeless people. And just look at the transformation in this gentleman. This person gives touching notes to strangers, although they're probably wondering why they didn't get one of the money people instead. Snow is a real problem for most people on the road, especially if you have disabilities. Thank God for these shovel-wielding Samaritans. When this family met a guy dressed as Spider-Man in Disneyland, they weren't prepared for just how real the experience was about to get. John Cena's store advertised for his biggest fans to become ambassadors, but they weren't expecting him to suddenly turn up. This simple act of pretending to share his drink says so much about true love. If you've lost your faith in humanity, then think about the kind people who make prosthetic limbs for elephants.
Wow.
On the day of this girl's graduation, one thing was more important than anything else: thanking her dad for all the sacrifices he'd made. At first, this might look like an act of cruelty to a starving person, but wait. This touching moment between humans and elephants just reinforces the idea that we're all connected. We don't always know what people are going through, so a few simple words can make all the difference. When this wheelchair user needed to get onto the bus, several passengers showed how kind human beings can be when they want to.
I hope to see you soon.
In this social experiment, a guy pretended to be celebrating his birthday on his own, and the woman sat behind him and decided to change that.
Can we sing happy birthday to you?
Absolutely, that would be the world.
All right, what's your name?
I'm Johnny.
Johnny.
Nice to meet you.
Happy birthday, dear Johnny.
Some of us are lucky enough to come across one Good Samaritan. This elderly couple found 3.
Take it easy, y'all.
Thank you.
Is this just one road user generously closing another's car door, or is it just solidarity between 2 rich people?
No, what's up?
We've all seen videos of bad neighbors, so here's a nice one. Just a young man and an old man sharing a coffee.
About one time in the morning to get out and relax, you know, Yeah.
You've heard of the milk of human kindness. Well, here's the bottled water of human kindness. When your little sister needs you, even the most important video game can wait. Humans don't often feel empathy with fish, but this girl did when she helped this stranded little guy. Nope, you're not seeing things. This guy is wearing a cone to help his dog feel less alone after surgery. It's always a big moment when your dad returns home, but it's extra special when he brings a gold medal with him. When you love someone, real words aren't even needed. This stepdaughter is asking her stepdad to officially remove the word step from their relationship. There's nothing like brotherly love, no matter how small the brothers might be.
Baby, Riley. She wants to hold it.
Flowers are always a good way to show your appreciation, especially to those who save lives every day. Even deer know how to politely respond to a snack. After receiving a prosthetic arm and getting the mandatory fist bump out of the way, the first thing this little guy did was caress his parents. This blind kid knew exactly what a firefighter was and what they do, but this was the first time he got to see one by touching his equipment. When a car-crazy kid wanted to hear this Supra's engine, his friend not only knocked on the door and asked for him, but the owner was only too happy to oblige. There's a special place in heaven for people who give food to stray dogs. And from stray dogs to stray kittens, watch how this elderly couple nursed this wet and frightened kitten back to health. They say that dogs are man's best friend. Well, in this case, it was the other way around. It's always nice to show a teacher you appreciate them, but these students went the extra mile. And here's a single student who went all out to show his appreciation by buying his teacher a coffee maker.
That is so nice. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Whatever this guy ordered, he certainly wasn't expecting his Marine brother to show up at the table, especially after several years of waiting. When you're taking a family holiday, but a special someone shows up unannounced. You know that a proposal's gone well if the object of your affection suddenly collapses. Paying it forward can sometimes mean so much to one person, especially if that person is struggling to pay rent.
You're gonna seriously make me cry. I don't cry.
Glad we could help you. We've got it's $500 cash that we want
That's
to
our
tip you.
rent. Is there anything I can do for you guys?
No.
God, you.
This poor guy lost his brother before his twins arrived, so his wife commissioned the portrait they never got to take. Do you think there should be more positivity on TV? Well, every night this store puts cartoons on for the homeless kids in the area. When you're at a skate park and you see a little skater dude who needs some help. When this lady was presented with an envelope, the one thing she wasn't expecting to find inside was a heartfelt gift. Her coworker had bought her a car.
Wow.
The one between humans and dogs, even if they're strangers. You know what this is about, so we're just going to say one word: solidarity. Sometimes a kid has a natural talent, and all they need are the tools to develop it. And this teacher realized that.
Oh my God.
There's nothing worse than pushing a car in the rain, so these bikers decided to make the experience a bit more manageable. Once again, when it comes to acts of kindness, kids often lead the way. These two people were having trouble getting down off the curb until this Good Samaritan came along. After 15 months away, this woman decided to surprise her friends and family with an unexpected return, and she did it one by one. This is the sound you make when your daughter surprises you after living 3 years in Australia. Proposing is a pretty high-pressure thing to do, especially if it's in front of friends and family, and your fiancé has her back to you. There's no way that girl's gonna fall into that pool. Not when her faithful pooch is around. When humans put themselves in danger to
That's
help
adorable.
animals, the results can be inspiring. This TikToker not only offered this family a supermarket sprint, but then offered to pay for everything else in their basket as well.
Oh, she's running. You got 6 seconds left. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Grab, grab. Is that everything? You know what? Is this your basket of food?
Yeah.
Why don't you throw that in? I'll pay for it also.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, throw it in.
Heartbreaking footage here of a small child having his first drink of water after the Turkish earthquake. When this 41-week pregnant woman's birthing ball was swept out into the ocean, she didn't think she'd ever see it again until a complete stranger started paddling out to retrieve it. Chivalry isn't dead. There are still t-shirt wearing knights in the world. In this social experiment, a lady agreed to give someone $1 to help feed her kid, but she wasn't expecting 1,000 of them in return. The definition of friendship, here it is. Part of this dog's rehabilitation is walking on this underwater treadmill, and isn't he doing a great job? Due to this guy's dad working in Europe, he thought he might miss his wedding. Then this happened.
No way.
At first, it might look like this dog is simply biting passing strangers, but no, he's holding their hands and helping them cross the street.
No, I'll cry.
When you pretend that you've lost the ring, just so mom and dad can get in on the act. No partner should have to spend 3 years apart, but it's a heartwarming moment when they finally reunite. Nobody likes a photobomb, unless it's a daughter you haven't seen for 4 years. This dog gets along better with his neighbors than most human neighbors do. What kind of cow is that? The kind that enjoys hugs. This is Christine's reaction to her first time in a pool. These are the kind souls making that joy possible.
My dream is to finish my 3rd book.
This video starts with somebody offering to buy a jacket for a homeless poet, and finished with them putting her in touch with a literary agent. That's one seriously good day.
I'm gonna give you Kyle's number. Okay. He's a literary agent. Oh my God! Are you serious right now?
Any 3 words more sweet than keep the change? We don't think so.
That's it. You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Another act of TikTok generosity. When this family were about to lose their home, the community came together to help, all via the power of social media.
And God sent us straight to you.
This 6-year-old homeless man had been through some very hard times, but that changed after a random woman offered him a job on her farm.
I can't believe anybody would care that much for me.
I've always tried to help, and if we could get everybody off the street, that would be my one wish.
Just a musician choosing to brighten up everyone's visit to the laundromat. Even plants need a bit of generosity from time to time. Watch this lady's reaction to seeing her great-granddaughter for the very first time.
Oh my God. Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
When this cop ended up in a struggle with a suspect who was trying to grab his gun, things could have ended very badly, until this mysterious man in a cowboy hat stepped in.
But this Good Samaritan did, and now Brea police want to know who he is so they can thank him.
A deer using a zebra crossing is a strange concept, but these drivers seem to respect it. Something tells us that this might have all been set up. This soldier decided to do another tour of duty when she got back home, surprising her family and friends. When you're looking at the sky, it's easy to miss what's happening right under your nose. When this family lost everything, they still managed to get a gift for their boys that would reduce them to tears. Tickets to see their footballing hero, Lionel Messi. Cops are there to protect and serve. And yes, that even applies to families of ducks. When you pull off a major trick in front of your hero, it's a seriously big day. When two men saw a woman struggling to get her baby's pushchair down these steps, they immediately stepped up. Why just leave treats out on Halloween? Your delivery driver will appreciate them all year round.
Thank you guys so much.
A couple saw this woman looking for leftover drinks in their recycling, so they did the only thing they could do, offer her some food and water. Get your Kleenex out. This is a pretty intense reunion of father and son. Sure, a dog is a man's best friend, but sometimes they need a little friend of their own. Proof that even the Prince of Darkness has a soft side. At 3 a.m. each morning, this guy goes out and feeds all the stray cats in his area. In other words, their 9 lives can stay perfectly intact. It's a good thing most people don't turn away when they see someone in trouble, because when this woman fainted, she fell straight onto the tracks. Here's someone else who found themselves stuck on the train tracks, this time somebody of a much furrier variety. 2 years ago, this guy's best friend surprised him, and now it's his turn. The last thing you want during a proposal is for the love of your life to walk off in another direction. Even after 71 years of marriage, these two feel as strongly about each other as they do about cake. How do you react when your granddaughter outranks you? Well, this is the classy way to do it. Hey! They say you should never meet your heroes. Batman clearly disagrees. If you shower your children with kindness, then it will probably come back to you. And this kid decided to save some of his kindergarten food for his mom.
¿Y tú no vas a comer? ¿Por qué, mi amor? Para tu mamá. Papi, pero esa es tuya, cómetela. No, tú se la quieres llevar a tu mamá.
What's the definition of a good kid? One who rescues a chipmunk from drowning. Even when fighting a war, this Ukrainian soldier still has time to bring joy into this kid's life by giving him a brand new bike and pair of sneakers. When this Tim Hortons employee offered to buy the cameraman a drink and something to eat, she didn't realize that she was being set up for a pay it forward video and ended up with $1,000 for being so kind.
Yeah, I'll pay it forward back to you. Yeah.
I love you. I love you. What's your message to the world? The world wants to be kind. How can we think?
The heartwarming moment when strangers on a bus stop to help each other. This footage of a friend carrying a friend over the finish line says more about their friendship than words ever could. These barbers found out their customer was shaving her head because of chemo, and so watch what they did. For a stray dog, a slab of red meat is like manna from heaven. When your biggest fan has some nice cool refreshments waiting for you, you really need to go the extra mile. She asked her grandparents to write down their names for a college project, but in reality, it was so she could have them tattooed. Now that's a memory that won't pass away soon. This poor woman was trafficked, and this was the scene 17 years later when she was finally reunited with her mother. When this dad was surprised by his dad, his daughter felt the need to comfort her weeping father. How long has this mother and daughter been apart? Oh, only 80 years. End-of-life care shouldn't just be available for humans. Here's an elephant being treated with dignity during his final days. We hear a lot about sibling rivalry, but not enough about the joy of sibling love. This man's wife is suffering from Alzheimer's disease and was upset because she couldn't do her own makeup anymore. So he went the extra mile and hired a makeup artist to teach him how to do it. There are many hungry stray dogs along this road, and so this kind-hearted motorist came prepared. Proof that love can cross any species. This magician helps dogs find new owners by creating videos with them, which is nice enough already, but he's also highly allergic to dogs.
At one point, Diane's like, you're starting to get like little hives. I'm like, oh, like I need another Benadryl.
When Kate Winslet's 11-year-old interviewer appeared nervous, she went out of her way to put her at ease.
It's my first time.
This is your first time?
Yeah.
doing it? Okay, well, guess what? When we do this interview,
Yeah.
it's going to be the most amazing interview ever.
Okay.
And do you know why? Because we've decided that it is going to be.
His young patient was very scared of being in the ambulance, so this paramedic decided to serenade her with a tune from The Lion King. Sometimes a small gesture can go a long way, especially for those who need it most.
You like it, huh? Oh, that PHS purple color, you like it? We have one more thing for you.
We hope the owner of that car is a good guy, because they've just done him a great favor.
That's awesome.
This 92-year-old man became the first person in his family to obtain a college degree. Not only that, but his 99-year-old mother was in attendance. After 25 years, this woman decided to surprise her childhood nanny, and the result is more than heartwarming. A few years ago, this kid made a very special wish, and here it is coming true. This woman was adopted during a civil war, and this is the reunion with her biological mother 35 years later. This cat and her kitten were left in a box with no food, water, or air holes. Luckily, the kind souls from Animal Rescue showed up just in time. When humans come together through kindness, we can get through any storm. Sometimes, as with the people helping this old lady,
Hey, Jeff.
quite literally. This man hadn't seen his wife for months, and then she made a surprise move into his nursing home. When this dog found itself trapped on a high ledge, the locals worked together to make sure he lived to see another day. The unconditional love of one little girl for her cow. The people behind this luxury brand liked this young girl's smile and demeanor so much that they made her the official model for the entire range.
Wow.
When this fawn fell into their pool, this father and son team leapt into action.
All right, that'll take care of that part, and off to the end we go. Let me see here. You okay over there, Bear? You still there? Sorry if I drew any tears out of anybody, but hey, positivity is positivity, folks, and we need much, much more of it out there, so it doesn't hurt to show a little bit every day.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Making sure you're okay. I know I had to keep the camera a little bit for a few of those because you know how I am, so.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get some smiles now, guys. Give me 1 minute here.
What are you looking for?
Flashlight. I think there's one upstairs.
All right, loading up. Let's see what we got here. All right, let's see. I got a couple different things. Trying to change it up a little bit for you guys. Let's see how this works out here. Start with. All right.
Said you ski directly into my effing back at the top of your lungs.
I did.
Okay.
I apologize for my bad language.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey.
Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to
Thanks, Jeff.
show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office?
Everybody from lawyers to judges to court reporters, jurors, they all have an important and serious job to do in courtrooms across the country every day, right? And what can be
Hey, Norma.
emotional, sometimes
Welcome, Vicky.
it is occasionally broken up with a little bit of levity. So we're going to take a look at some of the funniest court moments that we have seen recently. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. We're all human. We all sometimes have trouble keeping our emotions, good or bad, in check, especially in high pressure situations. And I would say being on the witness stand at a trial, especially in a high profile trial, pretty intense. And whether they mean to be funny or not, witnesses can sometimes crack up the court and the audience. And that is what we want to talk about. And I want to start off with the ASAP Rocky trial out in Los Angeles. So Rocky, whose real name is Rakeem Mayers, is a rapper and fashion mogul.
I think we've seen a couple of these before in the past.
But he is on trial for allegedly firing a gun at a former friend known as ASAP Relly. This allegedly happened on Hollywood Street back in 2021. Relly testified for several days on the stand. He said after a falling out, he and Rocky confronted one another. Rocky allegedly fired 2 shots, grazing Relly's knuckles. Relly wasn't seriously injured, but it was enough to move forward with charges by the prosecution. And here's something interesting. Rocky actually rejected a pretrial offer that would have meant 100 days in jail. Instead, he decided he wanted to take this case to trial, where prosecutors have now indicated that they are looking for a punishment of 8 years if he's convicted. Now, there has been a lot going on in this courtroom. You can actually check out our deep dive episodes of Sidebar over on the Law and Crime YouTube channel if you want a little bit more about what's been happening. But suffice it to say, the lawyers and the witnesses, they didn't really hold back.
It was relation.
Being asked by Mr. Kozlowski a few minutes ago today about text messages you sent with me so far. Are you with me so far?
Yo, you're annoying, bro. Just come on. We didn't even get to the case. What are you doing here?
Are you keeping up? Stop. Are you keeping up with the question?
I can't keep up with him. I can't take him serious.
No. You got to answer the questions. He asks the questions. He didn't ask you a question. He just wants to know if you're keeping up with him. Just ask the whole question.
Sure.
That's ASAP Relly on the stand. He's often become irritated and combative with Rocky's defense attorney, Joe Tacopina, and the judge had to step in several times to tell everybody to just keep their cool. It even got to the point where the prosecutor here, John Lewin, who you might remember was the prosecutor in the Robert Durst case, was objecting to questions before they were answered.
So all those questions that you just asked for, how many minutes it was, sir?
Objection, argument, question can't be considered.
Right? You can
The
ask-
question the question hasn't been asked yet. It's premature. Okay.
All the questions you just asked by Mr. Lewin. Did he once ask you?
Objection, argument.
Did he ask the question?
You gotta let him finish the question. You gotta let him finish the question. No, don't talk to each other.
Here's the question. Did Mr. Lewin asked you once if you fabricated those tapes, like Mr. Efron swore to the jury?
Objection, it's irrelevant. It's also outside the school room.
No, I never asked him. Never asked you that.
One of the final witnesses before closing arguments was Jamel Phillips, known in the ASAP hip hop collective as ASAP 12E. And any of the defense witnesses that were flown in to testify got the same line of questioning from Prosecutor Lewin. Did you fly first class to get here? What about your hotel? Is it nice? Kind of implying, or seem to be implying, that Rocky has all this money that he can throw at witnesses to encourage them to testify favorably for him. And by the way, even if it's not
Good to see you, Mama D.
getting some sort of benefit. So I want you to check out what happens when he questions Phillips about it.
Where do you stand right now?
Downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but is it a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel up there.
And
And it's downtown LA. You know the area downtown LA is crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your
You understand? You understand? We all do.
So,
And at one point, Lewin lets Phillips know that this isn't really supposed to be like a conversation.
So this was a part of the project. You feel me? That's why he had it. So usually Rocky wears it to come out because he's the main artist. That's his whole look. You feel me? But that day, I believe, because Ills got his altercation, he was hiding his
just so you understand, whether I feel you or not, I can't respond to your comments. When you're answering a question, when you are repeatedly saying, you feel me, you understand that I can't respond to that.
I won't say you feel me.
So at the time of this recording on Friday, closing arguments are underway. The question, of course, will be, will ASAP Rocky face prison time or be found not guilty? We shall see. By the way, total side note, I was thinking about this over the course of our, 1,500 episodes of Sidebar. I don't think I've ever shared this, but I
I really don't fully understand the term.
How then were you able to successfully sell drugs?
I never said I was successful. Free fuck, mistrial, free fuck, mistrial.
From drugs allegedly being passed in open court to witnesses refusing to cooperate, it was certainly quite the ride, to say the least. Now, I do have to say, Williams and his 5 co-defendants, they were facing some very serious allegations. Prosecutors wanted to connect them to the violent activities of Young Slime Life, UISL, a group that prosecutors argued was a criminal street gang. And the state accused Williams of being the leader of this alleged criminal enterprise that was behind a series of violent crimes, including murder, attempted murder, robbery, drug trafficking. Now, defense lawyers, they countered. They countered that YSL was not a gang, but it was a record label, Young Stoner Life, and a network of artists and friends who portrayed just a tough gangster image in their music to reflect life experiences, but that they weren't committing any sort of crimes. Now, to get into everything that happened over the year, that would take us probably like a full week, but what I want to do is kind of give you the highlights right now. So how about this? Witness Adrian Bean, this is when he admits that he is high while on the stand.
You just heard that you explained that you qualified it as the detectives and police. And I
He looked like he's sleeping.
The prosecutors, I just made it broad, that they forced Jeffrey Williams into it. Did you hear you say that?
Man, can I get the water or something? I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all now. I ain't gonna tell you no lie.
Yes, you man.
Wow.
In fact, he says he's so high, he might fall asleep. Unclear if the prosecutor caught what he was saying at the time, but we sure did. Now, the witness who undoubtedly got a lot of attention from those inside the courtroom and from those watching on our live stream was Kenneth Copeland, also known as Woody or Lil Woody. Now, Copeland had done
This guy is absolutely insanely hilarious.
Involved in, and prosecutors had planned for him to be the star witness to talk about this, right? Didn't really go according to plan. You see, Copeland did not want to be there, and he was very adamant and open about that. But he'd been given what's called use immunity, meaning that anything he said on the stand wouldn't be used against him legally, although there was some confusion about whether that applied.
This dude, you guys got to watch. This dude is nuts.
Use immunity, you can't really plead the fifth because your right against self-incrimination is already protected. It's moot. So you have to answer at that point, or the judge will hold you in contempt.
All right, sir. What's your pleasure? Say what?
I said, what's your pleasure, sir? Do you wish to give testimony? I know you don't want to give testimony in this case, but you've been given immunity in this particular circumstance, use immunity. So are you going to testify?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And Mr. Copeland, good afternoon. Do you want to be here?
Ma'am,
Do you want to be here?
I'm here.
Okay. Well, are you gonna let me ask you some questions?
Okay.
How old are you?
Grown.
Okay, what does grown mean?
I'm an adult.
Okay. And when you say you're an adult, what number in years are you?
I plead the fifth.
Mr. Copeland, given the fact that you have invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege, but the state has already given you immunity under 24-5-507, this court holds you in willful contempt, and we'll see you on Monday. And we'll see if we can get some more testimony at that point in time. Take him into custody.
Yeah, so that was really over before it started. But after a long weekend in jail, Copeland was back on the stand, and he was there for days and days and days. There were a few breaks in there, but by the time he was finally released as a witness, it had been 3 months, okay? Now, during his testimony, police interviews he'd done with Atlanta PD, they were played. Interviews in which he seemed to implicate Mr. Williams. But Copeland said, actually, that was a lie. He was just trying to throw suspicion off of himself and any of his alleged criminal activity. So he told them what they thought they wanted to hear, that Williams was involved instead.
So how were you able to tell Detective Gaither that Nut and Thug was cool?
Because they're questioning me and I'm trying to get them off of me. And she asked me questions about Nut and Thug, I guess. And I'm telling her whatever she asked me, let's say she asked me a question about the sky. I'm gonna say, yeah, I seen the sky. It's blue. Whatever she asked me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here, I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on. I'm gonna say something. Just because I want her to believe I'm telling the truth. That I want her to get me out of jail.
What, she has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Don't you got on white tennis shoes? She got on Chucks.
Right, and they white, right?
What color your shoes is? Okay. She got on Chucks.
So you telling the truth?
What color your shoes is? She said they white.
Right, so you're telling the truth then.
Well, it depends.
Now, Copeland
I love this guy. I love him.
Easily overwhelmed by the prosecutor's questions, and he seemed to grow frustrated.
I made things up. I told you this before y'all brought me in this courtroom. And I'm telling you now. You asked me about 2015. I have got my life together. Y'all trying to put this on my conscience. Y'all trying to put people's life in my hands. I don't lie on people. I don't want to be here. Y'all have pressured me. I'm tired of y'all because y'all know y'all are wrong. And y'all black people doing this to us.
And I understand that.
Leave me alone. Let me leave. Man, y'all pissing me off. Listen, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. Stop asking me these questions. Okay. I'm telling you, I don't recall.
I understand, but we're gonna have to get through the questions. You can just continue to say you don't recall if that's what it is.
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to answer the question.
For just a minute. I don't think that you were instructing him how to testify. I hope not.
Oh, I
Don't
am
instruct him how to testify other than truthfully.
Kind of hard to know how credible Mr. Copeland is, right? According to him, when Atlanta police brought him in for questioning nearly 10 years ago, he was scared that he was going to be arrested for something. So he claims he told the officers what they wanted to hear, which included putting the blame on Williams.
Okay, so this what happened.
Okay.
The police kept locking me up for whatever they could. Every time I came out door, the police was on me. And they keep bringing up Thug name. So what I did was, to get him off me, I said, Thug did this, Thug did that, Thug did, because I knew they would never, I knew he didn't do it. And in my mind, I knew that the police would never go mess with him. So it was easy for me to try to throw the blame off on him to get them off of me. And that's what I was doing from all these years. I don't remember what I don't told them in the past, but my whole motive was Thug did it because I knew he didn't do it and they couldn't lock him up. And they keep talking about Thug. So guess what I'm gonna tell them? Yeah. What else you want me to tell them? Yeah, he killed this person. Yeah, he did that. That's what I'm gonna do. And that's right now. If I walk out this thing and they say, the police stop me now. Hey man, give me something about Thug. I'm about to make something up about him again.
On January 11, 2015, when you went to speak to the police, when they called you, did they ask you about Thug or did they ask you about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you go down to the police department on your own to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Did I go on my own?
Did you walk into the police department by yourself to tell them on the morning of January 11, 2015, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't recall going to the police or you don't recall why?
I don't recall none of that.
Right.
I just know that every time the police was after me, trying to get me, they kept bringing his name up. And I knew that they had me what I had, so I was like, yeah, whatever y'all want me to say, I would say it. And that's what I told Gaither and Dennis, and that's why they kept coming after me, because they felt like, okay, they can make a case out to him or whatever they trying to do. So they knew that, okay, we gonna get Woody today. He gonna have something to say about and it's wrong. And y'all are wrong because y'all know that I'm full of and y'all keep trying to drag me in here to bring up that y'all know I don't say it. Why is y'all doing it? Leave me alone. If y'all gonna tell me for what I did, I don't did the time for the crimes y'all caught me for.
I think it's fair to say just definitely an interesting character, to say the least, who is somewhat of a cult following of his own now, believe it or not. In the end, Williams ended up making a deal with prosecutors where he would plead guilty to several charges, including firearms possession and participating in criminal street gang activity, entered a no contest plea to racketeering and leading a criminal street gang. In exchange, he was sentenced to time served, which in the end added up to more than 900 days because Williams' many bond motions were ultimately denied. So he'll be on probation for the next 15 years. And the judge said he needs to stay away from the metro Atlanta area unless he's attending a life event like weddings or funerals or graduations. And if he steps out of line, he could go back to prison for 20 years. Williams promised the judge that he learned from his mistakes. Now, staying in the realm of celebrity legal trouble, we got to talk about Gwyneth Paltrow's case, her civil case, involving a man who said that the actress slammed into him on a Utah ski slope, causing irreparable and life-changing injuries. Talking about Terry Sanderson, sued Gwyneth Paltrow 2019, seeking more than $300,000, although his attorney said at trial that his injuries deserved millions of dollars in damages. But Paltrow had said, actually, he was the one who crashed into her. She countersued.
Yeah, this dude is a jackass.
He just wanted the truth to come out. And that collision happened at Deer Valley Ski Resort in Park City back in 2016. Paltrow was apparently an avid skier, had taken her kids to the slopes. But after Paltrow and Sanderson collided, the fun was over. And Paltrow headed back to the ski lodge while Sanderson was apparently taken to the hospital. The civil trial got underway in 2023, and it was something to watch for sure. We were in that courtroom. Sanderson's legal team argued that he sustained a traumatic brain injury and that since the two collided, he has seen a significant decline in his mental ability and quality of life. And although there was speculation that there might be GoPro video of the accident to definitively show who hit whom, that video never surfaced. So the only alleged witness to the crash was a friend of Sanderson's who said that Sanderson was downhill, and in skiing, the rules of the mountain, the person downhill has the right of way. So Sanderson himself then took the stand to defend himself, and he had quite the description of what he said happened.
I just remember everything was great, and then I heard something I've never heard at a ski resort, and that was a blood-curdling scream. Just, I can't do it. It was, and then, boom. And it was like somebody was out of control and going to hit a tree and was going to die. And that's what I had until I was hit.
That's what's going on in your mind.
He's very dramatic.
Overruled.
That's what's going on in your mind when you hear that scream.
That's instantaneous. Oh my gosh, somebody's out of control, and they're really seriously out of control. Not time for a hockey shot. I didn't go think about that, but most people could avoid that, I think. Good skiers.
Okay. And I'll move on.
Okay.
So you
All right, I need overruled. He's overruled.
thank you. So you hear this scream.
Yes.
What happens next?
You know, I got hit in my back so hard, and I'm right at my shoulder blades, and it felt like, and was perfectly centered, and the fists and the poles were right there at the bottom of my shoulder blades. Serious smack. Never been hit that hard, and I'm flying. I'm absolutely flying.
Now, you're not airborne.
Well, all I saw was a whole lot of snow, and I didn't see the sky.
Very animated, descriptive. But Paltrow, Gwyneth Paltrow, also testified. And the questioning was a little bit odd. Yeah, I think that's a fair way to characterize it. Some have commented that it seemed like one of the defense attorneys, Kristen Van Orman, maybe was a little starstruck.
You were going along relatively slowly. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to kind of ask you a couple questions. So let me know if anything I say is not accurate.
Okay.
So you're going down relatively slowly when all of a sudden you heard a strange rustling noise behind you.
Yes.
Okay. And you felt like a rush of air in a strange way.
Yes.
Okay. And two skis slid in between my skis.
That's correct.
And all of a sudden there was a body from the whole front of a body pressing into my back.
That's right.
Okay. Like, we'll talk about this in a minute. And there was a man behind me pressing into me. How did you know it was a man?
Because he was making some strange noises that sounded male, and he was large. So I assumed it was a male.
Okay, he was large?
I felt all my back pressing.
Okay. All right, there was a man pressing behind me, pressing into me. I was extremely upset.
Well, I was confused at first, and I didn't know exactly what was happening. It's a very strange thing to happen on a ski slope.
He was large.
I agree.
And I froze, and I would say got very upset a couple seconds later.
Okay. Let me just continue on here. I just wanted to make sure that I got this all right. I didn't know if it was an intentional assault of a sexual nature.
Right.
Okay. Was he grinding and thrusting or something, or just the noises? What made you think it was a sexual assault?
So that was a quick thought that went through my head when I was trying to reconcile what was happening. I was skiing and two skis came between my skis, forcing my legs apart. And then there was a body pressing against me, and there was a very strange grunting noise. So my brain was trying to make sense of what was happening. I thought, is this a practical joke? Is someone like doing something perverted? This is really, really strange. My mind was going very, very quickly, and I was trying to ascertain what was happening.
Okay. I think you said, I didn't know if it was an accident, but he was groaning and grunting in a very disturbing way.
Yes, there was a sort of groan coming out of his mouth.
Okay. Then you said, I froze.
Yes.
We kept skiing.
Right.
She was in a frozen shock phase.
We went to the right.
Yes.
We came crashing down together.
That's right.
Okay. You said this man was behind me on the mountain. My knee and our skis were still sort of tangled up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Is that yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Our bodies were almost spooning, and I moved away quickly.
Yes.
And my knee splayed open, and I was completely in shock.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to stop there.
Okay.
And if the court and Ms. Paltrow, if you don't mind, since again,
Why does Gwyneth look like she's trying really hard not to laugh? Truly, look at her face. This is too funny to me.
we did this over Zoom, would you mind stepping down and us kind of acting this out a little bit so I could get a good feel?
Let's see. Can we approach her?
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, no, I've said this before. I don't know if it was starstruck. I don't know if it was a strategy to kind of let her defenses down, but come down and act out what happened. Yeah, that wasn't going to fly. So Van Orman pivoted and put herself into the role of Gwyneth Paltrow.
Okay, Ms. Paltrow. So
This is too funny.
Counsel doesn't want you to come down, so I'm not
Your
going to ask
Honor,
you to come down.
that's inappropriate. The judge sustained the objection, so she shouldn't comment on what I want. It's what the judge wants.
The objection was sustained.
I am going to try and be both you and Mr. Sanderson at the same time.
Let's
Fair?
have Bob. Bob can be.
Your Honor, let's have Mr. Sanderson. He's here. Let's have him.
I don't want to, we're not going to reenact what happened. I think you can ask questions, and
Yes.
if you want to stand and move around in order to help
Perfect.
you with those questions, you can do that, but that's as far as we're going to go.
That's not a problem at all. All right, so since you're not down here,
Mm-hmm.
may I ask how tall you are?
I'm just under 5'10".
Okay, I am so jealous.
I think
'cause
I'm shrinking though.
You and me both. I have to wear 4-inch heels just to make it to 5'5".
Wow,
So
they're very nice.
well, thank you. So, all right. So as of right now, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow.
Okay.
Okay. I'm skiing down. Can you tell me with my legs? I don't know. Again, I'm not much of a skier. Are you snow plowing? Are you parallel? Kind of orient my legs first of all.
So they talk about how Paltrow's skis were positioned for a while. And then Van Orman had a shorter Sanderson stand next to some taller attorneys, ostensibly to show that he was smaller in stature than Gwyneth Paltrow.
Now that Mr. Sanderson is here, and I don't need you to do anything, Terry, but just for comparison's sake, I'm in my heels. We're about the same height, about 5'5" with heels.
It's roughly.
Oh, tell me I'm taller, please. Okay, we've got Mr. Sanderson that's about 5'5" that comes in back of you, and you said that you felt something huge. What was your word
No,
behind
just
you?
a big
body.
body.
A big body. All right. And was it just the front of his body that touched the back of your body?
I couldn't see in the back of my head,
Sure.
but I
This
felt
is insane.
press against my back.
But there was no grabbing, like he didn't like grab your waist or grab your
No,
arms,
not at all. No,
something like that.
nothing.
Okay. All right. So you're down on the ground, and then you started yelling at him.
I don't remember if I started yelling at him while I was on the ground. I remember pushing away because I was very upset, and it was still very strange to me what had happened. And I pushed down the hill, and I turned around and I yelled at him.
Okay. Did you scream before you went down?
I don't think so.
Okay. So if others heard a scream, that wasn't you.
No, I froze. When he slid between my skis, I absolutely froze. And I don't remember yelling or screaming until I was very angry at what had happened.
Okay. And so you guys are on the ground.
Mhm.
And then you said to him, I think you don't know if you were up or if you were still on the ground, but he was still on the ground, right?
Yes.
When you said, "What are you doing?"
Yes.
Okay. Like, why did you do that?
Yes.
And he said, "I think you skied into me."
Yes.
And that's when you were furious and said, "You skied directly into my effing back at the
Sorry.
top of your lungs."
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I apologize for my bad language.
Some experts were brought in to give a rather complicated analysis of the conditions on the slope, the angles at which certain skiers would have to be.
The funniest bit of this entire thing is this is all over I ran into you skiing accident. This is insane. It seems like a waste of tax dollars to go through this whole process for this.
Traveling in order for certain things to happen. A biomechanical engineer hired by Paltrow's side summed it up by saying, Ms. Paltrow's version of events is consistent with the laws of physics. And in the end, the jury agreed, finding after only 2.5 hours of deliberation that Gwyneth Paltrow was not at fault for the collision and not liable for Mr. Sanderson's injuries. She was awarded the symbolic $1 that she had sued for. By the way, on the way out of the courtroom, Paltrow stopped to speak briefly with Sanderson, reportedly telling him that she wished him well. Paltrow had initially wanted Sanderson to cover her attorney's fees as well if she were to win, but after the verdict, the two parties agreed to drop the issue. Okay, moving on. Sometimes getting up on the stand is a defendant's.
Now, this next guy, I don't even know how to explain this one, but I don't even know how to explain this.
Best chance to convince the jury that they're innocent. Other times, it can backfire. And that seems to be what happened in the trial of Robert Tellis out in Las Vegas. To give you kind of an example of how odd this trial was, the defendant started saying his own name differently mid-trial.
Your Honor, our final witness is Mr. Robert Tellis. I've confirmed with Rob Bear, and we're going to ask the court's permission to allow him to testify by narrative.
Okay, that's fine. Anything else before we bring the jury panel in?
None of you have to state, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Tellis can take the stand.
You can spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tellis. The first name is Robert. The last name is Telles.
Truth be told, I still don't even know how you say his name. I still don't even know what his name is. But it kind of gives you an idea of what you're in for with this kind of testimony, because there were certain parts that were just bizarre. But I'll tell you what, in the interest of fairness, we will go with Tellis, since that's the way he said it. But I got to give you a little bit of backstory here. So Robert Tellis went to trial last fall accused of killing a Las Vegas investigative news reporter, 69-year-old Jeff Gehrman from the Las Vegas Review-Journal. And prosecutors say he did it because Gehrman had written articles about former Clark County Public Administrator Robert Tellis and his office that arguably made him look bad. Now, Gehrman was stabbed to death outside of his home in September of 2022. Surveillance video from earlier in the day showed a person wearing an orange work shirt and a large straw hat walking near Gehrman's home. And police later found a cut-up straw hat inside of Tellis' house. They also found damning online searches that Tellis had done about Gehrman and where he lived, and Tellis' DNA was found underneath Gehrman's fingernails.
And right now I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gehrman. And I've got a lot to share with you all.
By the way, Tellis worked for the county handling probate matters, but things weren't going well within the office. And Tellis was accused of having an affair with a subordinate, and Gehrman wrote up some stories about it. And after those articles came out, Tellis lost his 2022 primary bid for his second term. That is a huge blow. So the prosecution, they spent days laying out the evidence against Robert Tellis. And when it came for the defense to put on its case, Tellis insisted on testifying, which is, of course, his right, but it was something his attorney had strongly suggested he not do. And in what was a very unusual move, the judge permitted Robert Tellis to testify by way of narration. So that means instead of the typical question and answer format with his defense attorney, Tellis could just talk and talk and talk and share his stories with the jurors. He can't really give an opinion, but he can lay out his version of events.
The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gehrman was murdered.
Welcome, Wade.
You know, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gehrman's body, you know, in preparation for the case, and it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gehrman was murdered. Now, you know, I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. You know, the idea that Mr. Gehrman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. You know, I think that's, I mean, I don't know if anybody could just do that, right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, I mean, and I'm personally not combat trained. I've, you know, none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, you know, my God, you know, so that's, I guess, one example of like the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you. And I want to also provide relevant facts, the truth, and, you know, things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to, whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well.
So Tejas addressed some of the evidence that the prosecution had presented, including the fact that he drove the exact same car seen on video surveillance near Gehrman's home, and that he had a cut on his finger from a knife. Remember, Gehrman was stabbed to death.
Here, this General Bob Custer, I'm not sure who the gentleman is, but he says that the Las Vegas murder suspect vehicles have a different spoke pattern. Most vehicles have wheels with matching patterns. So when I saw that, okay, well, obviously it's not my car because my rims all match. And so that was the substance of that conversation. But later I thought, well, holy crap, excuse me, sorry. But my gosh, it still can't be a coincidence that the killer is driving a vehicle that's like mine. So I started to get really scared. Right, it couldn't seem to be any kind of coincidence that this person was driving a vehicle that was just like mine. Thank you, sir. And so I went outside, just double check, make sure I'm not losing my mind. I looked, I'm like, okay, well, my rims match, okay. And so I went ahead and started washing the cars, trying to just take my mind off things, and I watched the 3 cars, but there's been a debate about whether or not law enforcement.
Okay, so I can't do him anymore. Sorry. I have another one for you. Not as long. Hold on. Where's it at? I think this might be one. I don't know how many of you remember this trial, but you got to love this one. What's up, Mike? All right.
It's not about the state, it's about the witnesses.
It's about what's fair.
availability.
It's about what's fair.
No, frankly, sir, it's about you trying to control what's happening in this.
How?
courtroom. Your ignorance of the law is not a defense.
I'm muted.
No.
The jury should know that they can nullify it.
You are muted now.
And what did you see that day, if you recall?
I saw a red SUV plow over a bunch of people.
And did you see the driver of this SUV you're referring to?
Yeah, you're standing right there.
Suspect was already detained.
You were detained.
Suspect. Already
Suspect
detained.
is you, Daryl Brooks.
Can you strike that last comment?
That was his response. He will stand.
Kept mentioning that name, pretty slick.
Mind you, this man has no idea anything about the law, okay? And he really, really tried to play like he did. It's so hilarious.
I had no idea. When the driver got out, and just to clarify again, who was the driver? The defendant, Daryl Brooks. Daryl Brooks.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Mr. Brooks, I'm sorry.
Do you recall what you were aiming for?
Yes, I do.
Can you state for the record and for the jury?
You, Daryl Brooks.
Hold on, you guys. Sorry. And I'll be honest with you, this judge is an angel. Absolutely. There is no way anybody in the real world could handle this. Truly.
Once again, you're doing this tactic.
Because
try to
it's not a
go
tactic,
off
it's
of what
facts.
We're talking
It's facts.
about to some other reason.
It's facts.
To
Because
some
I find
other-
it hard to believe that
I'm gonna
all
let
of
the
a sudden
state.
nobody hears what I say.
I'm going to let the state
Okay,
make a
stop.
record of why they
Stop.
believe it's objectionable because I haven't let them do that.
We go over the top 5 outbursts of defendant Darrell Brooks in the Waukesha Parade tragedy trial. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse. Very beginning of trial to representative fights between him and the judge, him getting kicked out of court. He took his shirt off at one point, and he brings up these legal theories that seemingly have no basis in fact or law that delay the whole proceedings. And this is partially due to the fact that we believe Brooks identifies as a sovereign citizen. This is someone who believes that they're not under the jurisdiction or authority of the government. So we thought, why not revisit the top 5 outbursts of Darrell Brooks during this trial? And I'd like to start with a particularly bad one. You see, at one point, Brooks called as a witness his ex-girlfriend, Erica Patterson, as he was presenting his case. Now, she had previously testified for the state, and it's alleged that he, Darrell Brooks, got into a fight with Erica Patterson and attacked her right before he drove his car into the parade. So when she was on the stand, he wanted to show that she wasn't a good mother and that she's not a credible witness and that she wasn't telling the truth, particularly about the last time that she had had contact with him. And that's when, while she's on the stand, he pulls out these photographs, and the state objected because they hadn't been shown these before. And outside the presence of the jury, prosecutor Zach Witchow talked about what would happen if these photos were allowed in, and he revealed something very bad about Brooks' past. And as you'll see, Brooks was not too happy about it.
3, I believe that these photographs are designed to make a suggestion to the jury that Erica Patterson is a bad mom. I think that is what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that claim. First of all, it doesn't make her an incredible witness, if it's even true. And second of all, if we go down that road, we would be forced to counter that claim by pointing out that not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada, and for doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
Furthermore,
I object to that.
I'm not
because that's a lie.
Let him
Because at the end of the
finish.
day,
Let him
if
finish,
we gonna open the door
Mr.
on that. No,
Brooks.
since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate all on the record. Since you think you know so much,
Once
so
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on.
being
We can open the door on how old she told you she was. when we met.
interrupting.
We can ask
He-
that
he
question
is
too. Then.
over the
Did you
top,
ask that?
animated
Did you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state
No,
finish.
no, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under Illinois versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter, and he can show it is inadmissible, she will not be questioned. And under 90611, I will declare the cross-examination closed. Thank you. We're in recess, 1 hour.
Get your facts straight. So let's open the door on all of it then, so we can get all of it on the record. Since you think you know so much.
Another example of him being removed from the courtroom. You know, look, Brooks made statements that this process is totally unfair, that he's not being heard, and he adamantly denies that he's trying to deliberately obstruct the proceedings. He feels that he's just trying to get his word out and his rights protected. In fact, in another major outburst and show of disrespect to the court and the procedure, he yells at the judge about what this trial is about.
I don't care what you believe fully.
All right.
It's not a game.
We.
I don't take this as a game. That's what nobody. That's what nobody. You don't got to explain nothing to me.
Do you want?
That's what you don't understand. You think that this is a whole game to me. This is not a game to me, Your Honor. Nothing about this is a joke. That's what y'all don't understand.
But there's
and it's unfair. It's unfair and it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game.
I never said it was a
What
joke.
type of statement is that? Your life is not on the line. Mine is. And you think that I think this is funny?
I don't think it's funny whatsoever.
So I think, Your Honor, with all due respect, I think you should show
We're
some
going to take a
respect.
5-minute break. And when we come back, the jury's coming out and you need to call your next witness. Thank you. We are in recess.
No, you're not rushing me to judgment. I don't care what you're talking about.
Good point, man. That he's saying this to a judge. A judge. I sometimes have to remind myself of who he's speaking to. And, you know, there is so much discussion about Judge Darrow here showing this restraint. You know, why didn't she kick him out of the courtroom sooner? Why didn't she kick him out multiple times? And I think there's one theory that at least I believe is that she is giving him so much leeway, so much opportunity to reel himself in. And she's deliberately making sure that she doesn't prematurely silence him or kick him out of the courtroom too quickly. Because the theory is that if he's convicted, an appellate court then can't say that she was unfair to him. Right? The only person who buried his case was Darrell Brooks himself, that she wasn't being unfair or violating his rights, that she gave him every opportunity to correct his behavior. And some believe that this is a sign that he shouldn't be allowed to represent himself anymore, but that's his right. Now, while there could be opportunities for judges to step in and say that the defendant is not competent and an attorney should be assigned at this point, this judge is not at that point. She believes that he is doing all of this deliberately to delay these proceedings, and he knew what he was getting himself into when he decided to represent himself. And I think at the very least, it seems that Mr. Brooks has issues with authority, because if you listen to what he said to Judge Darrow, multiple times. This one in particular was really egregious.
I'm a grown man with grown kids. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like that. Nobody. I don't have a problem with doing what you asked me to do, not tell me. Just like when I asked you about subject matter jurisdiction that you have yet to prove on the record. But somehow I'm being intentionally disruptive. Come on, man. Stop. Just stop it.
Jury's coming out.
All right for the jury.
Not gonna work.
And that is not the only time that he barked at the judge and told her what her job should be.
If you don't make a record,
So
then
what?
I can't make a
It threw
ruling.
people off a loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
Mr. Brooks.
Come on, man. Stop.
When you
Stop
aren't
Stop
even
it. You're
letting
a
me
public
ask the
servant, Your Honor.
questions.
I respect your courtroom. I respect you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee. Is it or is it not? You stated so yourself on record that you're for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
Mr. Brooks.
Come on, man. Stop.
When you
Stop
aren't
Stop
even
it. You're a
letting me
public
ask the
servant, Your Honor.
questions.
I respect your courtroom. I
You
respect you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee. Is it or is it not? You stated so yourself.
Amen,
on record
Jeff.
that your job is being the umpire.
Your Honor, can I ask Ms. Patterson to be excused?
Yes, you can be excused. My apologies.
My apologies too, but it needs to be some truth. Especially when we're talking about stuff that didn't even happen, but they're allowed to get on the stand and say that it happened when they know it didn't happen.
So I'm going to make a record about what
This
he's
is
referring
ridiculous,
to in
man.
count 77.
Truth be told, I could do a 2-hour show on all of the disruptions and the hostile moments in court. But I have to tell you, after reviewing it, there is
Grounds.
one moment in particular, one time when I was actually nervous for the safety of the people in the courtroom, and including the judge. And this came about when the prosecution started presenting an issue and how the prosecutor, Sue Opper, said the word defendant. Take a look.
There's an issue that we do need to take up potential as to a witness by the name of Abel Lescano. He has prior criminal history.
Thank you.
So as long as the jury's out, we should probably discuss that. I would like to provide the defendant and the court with a copy.
So that had to be said. So it's the defendant.
That's not how it was said.
That was how I said. You want to run the record back?
Mr. Brooks.
So I'm the only one. I got one. I
Mr.
got one
Brooks.
ear that work, and I heard that.
This
Come on,
is
man.
to
Come on,
benefit
man.
you so
No,
that
it's
you
not.
understand
Ain't none of
your
this to benefit me,
witness
so let's be
has a
clear about
prior
that.
record.
Your Honor, when I leave the table, I'm away from the courtroom and I have to elevate my voice. This is the
So she had to
alleged
elevate her
record of
voice
Abel
just for
Lescano.
that.
Stop talking.
Come on, man. Like, I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all fooling. I'll set the value in return for value this document.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next
That's
courtroom.
what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opper.
So can
Your Honor,
so
I
can you
believe he
please-
has 7 prior criminal convictions via OWI 2nd from 1997, and OWI 3rd from 1997, and OWI 4th from 2003, criminal trespass to dwelling from 2006.
All right, I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared.
So, as we record this, we are coming to the end of the Darrell Brooks trial. After the judge deemed Brooks was non-responsive to her question, she ruled that Brooks forfeited his right to call more witnesses or even testify himself. He has been repeatedly kicked out of the courtroom. In fact, he's spending the majority of his time outside of the courtroom in that adjacent courtroom. And after the judge reads the jury instructions, we go to the closing arguments, and then this case is handed off to the jury. They're going to have 152 verdict forms. That is a lot of paperwork, a lot for them to decide. And I'll tell you one thing, all said and done, this is certainly a case that we won't forget. And thanks everybody for joining us here on Sidebar. Please
Spotify. Those weren't the best situations. I mean, this dude was just stupid, beyond stupid. And I think there should be a law to an extent about, being able to represent yourself with zero information as to what you're doing. It's just insane. So he was beyond disrespectful to her, and she, like I said, she was an angel to put up with what she did from him. I'm sure after this trial was over, she probably went and had a bit of a nervous breakdown, because I know I would have. All right, so this stuff is quite a bit more funny. Maybe bring more of a smile, guys. I thought some of that stuff was hilarious, but here we go.
Oh, Joy! Oh my gosh, are you okay? Holy crap! Oh, Jesus. the faces down there.
Oh, geez.
Come on.
2, 1.
You walked in the spider. What do you mean I walked in? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That would have been me.
I told you you walked in a spider.
You okay?
You saw that? Oh, I just fell off force.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No, what did I tell you? Do not fall in. I said don't fall in.
That's funny.
Oops.
See? I knew that was gonna happen. Don't fall out of the back of it.
I did that way too many times.
My shirt. Yay! Hi. I got that on video. Really easy. Ew. Gross. Here we are. Travis attempting to dive. Attempt number 4,363.
I have a good feeling about this one.
Okay, let's go, buddy.
Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Get on up to dive in time.
That's on the stage, on stage first, and belly first at the same time.
Surprisingly, it was way better than the first 40 jumps. Oh my
Going?
Yep.
Ouch.
You did. That's what I'm talking
Ouch. Ouch. Oops.
Hold on. You gotta go do this. You want me to show you how it's done?
Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I currently hold a jar of pickle juice. So, let's get my other hand, my better hand. This is the pickle juice shot. Oh gosh.
Here they go. Hi.
Oh man!
Ow. Oh, jeez. That sucks. So he just stands and watches it roll right on by. Oops.
What are you doing out here? Crawl in here and get in your cell. What? Oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Dude! It's going on!
These are some real unhappy people.
Easy work. All the way up to the neck.
Oh my God. Oh, terrible. I can't do
Concentrate
it.
on your breathing. Concentrate on your breathing. Are you serious? Oh.
Oh, we got that on camera. Oh, God.
You.
No.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Do it quick, do it quick. Just pop it.
Wait, we're a white top. Oh my God.
Are you okay?
It's very lucky to spin.
All right, guys, that'll do it for today for the show. We'll be back here a little bit later. It's 5 now, a couple hours, guys. So look for it to be here. Thank you, Mama Bear, for joining me today. Everybody, thank you for joining me in chat today. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you very much. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you here very shortly. Have a great one, folks. Thanks for tuning in. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.